Hi there folks, welcome to the studio for today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Looking forward to painting in a beautiful nighttime scene. One of my favourite subjects. You can see we're surrounded by the evening here, the moon reflecting. This is the theme of this picture, working on a portrait orientation. This is going to be a beautiful scene to work on. So looking forward to this one. Get yourself geared up, get your paper stuck to a board, get your colours, get your brushes, and also get yourself a round coin of some kind. Doesn't matter how big or small that is. And that's going to be a great way to get the moon. Now let's talk a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see the information below here. You can see it on the screen as well. Sunday the 25th of July, paint a colourful ladybird on beautiful flowers in watercolour. You can see some inspirational images below here. Now obviously a ladybird in different parts of the world is called a ladybug, but to me it's a ladybird. So get yourself booked into this one folks, it's going to be a belter. Now over the course of the past 18 months we have painted quite a few similar themed pictures. We've painted the beautiful butterflies, the dragonfly of course, the bee as well. So if you're interested in having a go at that workshop folks, we are approaching 70% of the space is gone, and that's 9 AM here in the UK. So a great time to book in is now. Now if you book into that workshop, you stand a chance of winning a really good prize. What we've got here folks is a beautiful watercolour bundle. Now what is in this pack? We have masking fluid, we have 5 watercolour paints, 3 Matthew Palmer DVDs, a pack of cotton paper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 watercolour brushes. The brushes alone are worth £60. A complete set of brushes, paper, paints and DVDs and masking fluid. That is about £160 worth of materials if you was to buy it from Watercolour TV. That will be given away. And to take part in that giveaway, you just need to be booked in to the workshop on the 25th of July. Again, paint a colourful ladybird or ladybug on beautiful flowers in watercolour. We are getting towards the 3/4 full, 75%. So a great time to get yourself booked in is now. And I'll see you at 10 AM for the beautiful nighttime scene. See you later. Hi there folks, welcome to the studio for today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Looking forward to painting in a beautiful nighttime scene. One of my favourite subjects. You can see we're surrounded by the evening here, the moon reflecting. This is the theme of this picture, working on a portrait orientation. This is going to be a beautiful scene to work on. So looking forward to this one. Get yourself geared up, get your paper stuck to a board, get your colours, get your brushes, and also get yourself a round coin of some kind. Doesn't matter how big or small that is. And that's going to be a great way to get the moon. Now let's talk a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see the information below here. You can see it on the screen as well. Sunday the 25th of July, paint a colourful ladybird on beautiful flowers in watercolour. You can see some inspirational images below here. Now, obviously, a ladybird in different parts of the world is called a ladybug, but to me, it's a ladybird. So get yourself booked into this one, folks. It's going to be a belter. Now, over the course of the past 18 months, we have painted quite a few similar themed pictures. We've painted the beautiful butterflies, the dragonfly, of course, the bee as well. So if you're interested in having a go at that workshop, folks, we are approaching 70% of the space is gone, and that's 9 AM here in the UK. So a great time to book in is now. Now, if you book into that workshop, you stand a chance of winning. You stand a chance of winning a really good prize. What we've got here, folks, is a beautiful watercolour bundle. Now, what is in this pack? We have masking fluid, we have 5 watercolour paints, 3 Matthew Palmer DVDs, a pack of cotton paper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 watercolour brushes. The brushes alone are worth £60. A complete set of brushes, paper, paints and DVDs and masking fluid. That is about £160 worth of materials if you was to buy it from Watercolour TV. That will be given away. And to take part in that giveaway, you just need to be booked in to the workshop on the 25th of July. Again, paint a colourful ladybird or ladybug on beautiful flowers in watercolour. We are getting towards the 3/4 full, 75%. So a great time to get yourself booked in is now. And I'll see you at 10 AM for the beautiful nighttime scene. See you later. Hi there folks, welcome to the studio for today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Looking forward to painting in a beautiful nighttime scene. One of my favourite subjects. You can see we're surrounded by the evening here, the moon reflecting. This is the theme of this picture, working on a portrait orientation. This is going to be a beautiful scene to work on. So looking forward to this one. Get yourself geared up, get your paper stuck to a board, get your colours, get your brushes, and also get yourself a round coin of some kind. Doesn't matter how big or small that is. And that's going to be a great way to get the moon. Now let's talk a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see the information below here. You can see it on the screen as well. Sunday the 25th of July, paint a colourful ladybird on beautiful flowers in watercolour. You can see some inspirational images below here. Now, obviously, a ladybird in different parts of the world is called a ladybug, but to me, it's a ladybird. So get yourself booked into this one, folks. It's going to be a belter. Now, over the course of the past 18 months, we have painted quite a few similar themed pictures. We've painted the beautiful butterflies, the dragonfly, of course, the bee as well. So if you're interested in having a go at that workshop, folks, we are approaching 70% of the space is gone, and that's 9 AM here in the UK. So a great time to book in is now. Now, if you book into that workshop, you stand a chance of winning. You stand a chance of winning a really good prize. What we've got here, folks, is a beautiful watercolour bundle. Now, what is in this pack? We have masking fluid, we have 5 watercolour paints, 3 Matthew Palmer DVDs, a pack of cotton paper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 watercolour brushes. The brushes alone are worth £60. A complete set of brushes, paper, paints and DVDs and masking fluid. That is about £160 worth of materials if you was to buy it from Watercolour TV. That will be given away, and to take part in that giveaway you just need to be booked in to the workshop on the 25th of July. Again, paint a colourful ladybird or ladybug on beautiful flowers in watercolour. We are getting towards the 3/4 full, 75%, so a great time to get yourself booked in is now, and I'll see you at 10 AM for the beautiful nighttime scene. See you later. Hello there and welcome to the workshop today, folks. Thanks for joining us on this very warm day. Here in the UK, we are live from Derbyshire. Live broadcasting means you never know what's going to happen with painting and, of course, with technology. Yes, it's true. So please bear with us. But everything, touch wood, and this is not even wood, this is bamboo. So we'll touch that, that's wood. Thanks for joining us, folks. It's warm. It's warm today. It's about 27 here in Derbyshire today. So it's going to be a warm one in the studio with spotlights as well. Paint's going to dry pretty quickly, but we'll work through this nice and quickly, and we'll produce a beautiful watercolour that we can celebrate with a cold glass of beer right at the end. Yes, if you're still with me at the end of the live broadcast, a cold beer will be consumed. I think we would have earned it by then. But thank you for taking time out to join us today for a live virtual workshop, a beautiful moonlit night. Take a look around the studio. You can see some nice moonlit pictures that we've done. There it is. Look at these beautiful pictures. Let's have a little bit of a virtual tour. People say, can we see behind the scenes? Well, you can kind of see behind the scenes. If we're zooming close here, you can see a few examples of some nighttime scenes that I've painted over the years. First of all, up at the top here, we've got this beautiful nighttime Lake District scene. We've got this Manchester Central Library, surprisingly. We've got this beautiful wintry scene here. Yorkshire, that's Robin Hood's Bay, a beautiful fishing town in Yorkshire. We've got the scene there with the galleon and the beautiful picture, of course, of Bamburgh Castle. Now, over the life of these virtual workshops, we have painted a few scenes, nighttime scenes. It's surprising how many we've actually done. I want to show you these actually. Let's have a look at the easel for a second while I show you this. So here we can see one that we did of Venice. This was right in the early days of teaching these workshops. This one goes right back, actually. It goes right back to sort of last March, April time. We did this beautiful nighttime Venice scene. I love the effect of the sky. Then, of course, we did the beautiful fountains of Rome there. Fireworks. We did the firework display. That was painted January 2021. We also painted this beautiful scene here, this sort of lighthouse picture. And then to finish off, we also painted this owl in moonlight. So if you like to get hold of any of those, if you like that nighttime atmospheric scene, and I absolutely love painting nighttime scenes. I love the reflections, I love the atmosphere, I love the strong use of shadows and the rich colours. I think they make beautiful watercolours, they really do. If you'd like to get hold of any of the previous ones, they are all available on Watercolour TV. All of the previous workshops are available. I can probably kind of show you a little bit of that here. There you go. So that's just a selection. That's a selection of some of the previous ones that we've actually done during the lifetime of these workshops. You can see a huge collection of subjects here, from sunsets, seascapes, animals, insects, still lifes. So a beautiful collection of subjects. Northern Lights. It's all there. It's all there for you. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Just relax, enjoy the process. Welcome if you're new to this. There's a few people that have not joined us before, so welcome. Let's get started and let's put some paint to paper. A little bit of sketching involved if you want to. I know that lots of you have been saying how much you've enjoyed the sketching. The workshops have had an interesting history because when they started out last March 2020, we didn't do any sketching. It was all just kind of painting. But then as we started to introduce animals and buildings into the workshops, we brought in a little bit of sketching, and you've all been loving it. You've all been saying how much the sketching lesson for the first hour really does improve your work, your sketching, your compositional skills. So if you grab a pencil, and it's a very simple sketch today, grab a pencil. This one is a 2B, just any pencil. If you've got a ruler, grab it as well. And of course, if you've got an eraser or rubber, kind of useful. So there you go. Thank you for that. And we'll be starting in a second. Let's have a little chat about next week's workshop first. Here it is. Sunday the 25th of July. This one you've all been asking for. So many people have been asking for this one, it's unbelievable. Sunday the 25th of July. Paint a colourful ladybird / ladybug, depends on what part of the world you're in, on beautiful flowers in watercolour. Look at this gorgeous photograph just down here and over this side as well, sat on the daisy. It's going to be lovely. It's going to be a beautiful scene, folks. And if you've taken part in the workshops for quite some time, you'll probably know that we have actually done quite a few insects. We did the dragonfly, of course. The hummingbird, not officially an insect, but very small, so we can kind of get away with that. We did the butterfly here, of course, as well. Red Admiral, was it the Red Admiral? Tortoiseshell. We did the bee. I love painting the bee on foxgloves. That was beautiful. Look at the bee there. We did that one as well. That was last year. And then, of course, this year, the only one we've done insect-wise is a blue monarch butterfly on a flower. So that's the sort of style. Looking forward to that one. A nice, casual, relaxed workshop next week, folks. Get yourself booked in. Please do get yourself booked into that one. The link, of course, is in the description below. It's on the email. When I filmed my introduction video, which was about 25 past 9 here in the UK, we was about 70% full. Now, as I stand here now, we are kind of 80% of the space is gone. So a great time to book into the workshop, of course, is now. If the workshop says there's space, get yourself booked in. You stand the chance of winning all these goodies here as well. So this prize bundle, which has got 6 watercolour paints, artist quality, 3 DVDs, a pack of paper, 6 brushes. We've got blending blades. We've got a size 14 round. We've got a size 8 sable brush. We've got a size 6 sable brush. We've got a fan brush, and we've got a size 4 brush as well. So that is about 160 quid's worth of art materials, and I'll be giving that away to one person that is booked in to the workshop next week. You've got to book into the workshop to take part. All the T&Cs are online. Here is the information. Grab a space. While I'm rattling on, grab a space, get yourself booked in. I'm also picking some winners today as well. So join the workshop. We've got three paintings to give away and £50 worth of art materials to give away as well. So I'll be giving those away a little bit later. But without further ado, let's crack on. Let's come down to the palette. Now, yes, I will move that little advertisement. Please don't worry. That will be going. Not a problem. I just need to get my camera readjusted so we can see what we're doing here. Beautiful. There's the palette. Now, all you need for this painting is 3 colours with potentially some white paint. Now, white paint is going to be useful, I'll be honest. If you've got some white paint, it is useful. Natural white is the perfect colour. So if you've got yourself some natural white or something similar, very, very useful colour. Very useful colour for certainly a nighttime scene. For example, when we painted the lightning workshop last autumn, we used white paint here, which was really good. So grab yourself some white if you've got some. White gouache, white acrylic, natural white, opaque white. Then we've got the main event, the main colours. First of all, the blue. a nice generous blob of blue. This particular blue is natural. If you haven't got natural blue, it doesn't matter. You might have cobalt or French ultramarine, but that's a primary colour. Natural red, alizarin crimson or rose madder. Pop that in there. Beautiful. Always good to have a bit of a fresh colour in your palette. Then, of course, we've got the yellow. Now, the yellow here is natural yellow light. If you've not got this yellow, you might have some cadmium yellow. You might have some gamboge. You might have some aureolin. You certainly want to get yourself a nice, generous blob of these colours. Now, if you've got any other Mr. Palmer colours, natural grey, natural yellow, that's the sandstone yellow, maybe you've got some skin tones, you can certainly use those in today's workshop. I'll mention them as you go along, but I'll use the three. First job, piece of kitchen paper. We're gonna very simply fold it in half and choose a round coin. I'm going to use a 10p, an English 10 pence. It doesn't matter how big it is. That's about an inch diameter, I would have said. Let's measure it. I've never measured a coin before. Yeah, it's an inch. Pretty bang on. So it's about an inch round coin. Fold a piece of kitchen paper in half and literally pop a coin in. So you've got a folded in half piece of kitchen paper. Grab the coin with your finger like that, and sort of basically press the coin into the tissue like that and grab it. Can you see that? Let's come back a bit with the camera so you can see. So I've kind of grabbed it, cooked it from the other side. Then I tend to do this. So the coin's here, and then twist. Now the reason we fold the tissue in half, the paper towel, because it just gives more stability. It looks like an old vintage football, don't it, look? Them were days, 1960s football. When men were men. There you go. Twist. twist it, sorry. It's going to be an hysterical one because it's warm. When Mr. Palmer gets warm, he gets a bit mad. Twist it, not mad as in frustrated, a bit nutty is what I'm saying. Twist it and then pop that to one side. Pop those coins away for the takeaway later. Beautiful, beautiful. Can't go wrong, can you? Okay, cool. Am I loud enough? Is the sound loud enough? Let me know if I'm loud enough, folks. Someone said I'm a bit quiet. I have put a noise filter on today because I've got a fan bursting out in the face, which means if you're not careful, you tend to end up with a little bit of a hum in the background. So hopefully I'm loud enough. Let me know, folks. Am I loud enough? Am I loud enough? Hopefully I'm loud enough. Got a pencil? Yes, good question. I've not put any white. I've not put any white in the palette. The white will just come straight from the tube, folks, later, okay? If we need it, and we probably will. Yes, that will go from the bottom of the screen. It's just there for the minute, just while people are booking in. 85% of the spaces have gone now for next week. So if you do want to get hold of the butterfly workshop, there's no time like the present. There really isn't. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. What we have here, folks, is a ruler and a pencil. A little bit of sketching is going to take place, and very simple sketching. Simply start off with a ruler and mark in about a third up the picture. About a third up the picture, okay? Now, if you want to know what a third of your paper size is, because it doesn't matter how big the paper is, really, I'm just going to very loosely measure 1, 2, 3. Now, that's a little bit high. I want to come a bit lower. And I want to put a very weak pencil line, horizontal, of course, roughly about a third. Now, if I darken the screen at this point, because I want you to see what we're doing here, folks. I want you to see what we're doing here. Yeah, I've just turned the audio up, so hopefully it's nice and clear. Okay, let me just alter the colour on the screen so you can really see that pencil in action. We're going to do that, and we're going to do a little bit of this and a bit of that. So There you go. You can see the pencil now, folks. You can see I've not gone all the way to the edge. And why is that? Because I don't want to fill the page. If you want to fill the page, you can do. But I want to do a slight vignette. You know I like my vignettes. I think they really do suit watercolours really well. It's up to you though, at the end of the day. If you want to do a vignette or you want to fill your paper, anything goes today, folks. Anything goes. It's non-uniform day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So we have darkened the screen considerably. Well, that's okay. That really doesn't matter. That pencil line goes in very easy. Yeah, about a third of the way up. Super. Okay, so that's going to give us a base to work on. My next thing to do is, well, the next thing for you to do is to make the decision how much of the paper do you want to fill. So I'm talking vignette. Why am I doing a vignette? I just think they seem to work really nice. What do I mean by vignette? If you take a look here at this one, this kind of soft edge. And all the other night scenes we've done have been a full picture. Now, please do feel free to fill your painting if you wish. But I want to do a vignette. I think it'd be nice. Once I've got that line on a third of the way up-ish, I want to take a ruler or some kind of straight edge. And I'm going to come in about a quarter in to the picture. About a quarter in to the picture, okay? Very simple. I can just use my fingers. 1, 2, that's about right. So about a quarter. And I'm going to sketch in another pencil line. About a quarter in. Nice and straight, nice and vertical, folks. I'll give you some measurements, yes, in a second for those people that like measurements. We don't really need to worry too much about measurements, but we can pop measurements in. Now that pencil line goes in. Notice it's quite a lot higher than it is lower. That's important. Now, how high have I done that, folks? In inches, that is going to be about 6.5 to 7 inches. 6.5 to 7 inches. A straight line. This one here was a third. A guess. 1, 2, 3. That's all. It's not going to be accurate. This one's a quarter. A guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's probably a bit more than a quarter, but you know, it's fine. It's painting. Anything goes. Anything goes. Now, if you want to get in touch on the workshop today, folks, anytime you can send us an email. There's the email address, top of the screen. You can drop photographs of your progress. You can ask for live critique. Or if you're in the chat, of course, you can drop comments in the chat like Hilary Knowles. That's made me laugh, that one, because your cat's walked over your keyboard. I like it. Brilliant. That's happened to me quite a few times over the years. I love that. I love that. And of course, a bit later, I'll give you the option to send an email of your sketch. Okay, let's carry on. So I'll recap the sketch as well. Let's shoot over to the other side and do not as much of a width. I'd say probably 2/3 of that width over here. So I want to do another line about the same, about 7 inches. So it's about 1 inch below and 6 inches above, something like that. It's not going to be exact by any means, folks. I'm going to pop it in. There we go. So another line. So it's about 1 inch below and 6 inches above, roughly. Now notice the width of that line is not as much as that one. That's intentional. Trust me, I'm an artist. Can't go wrong with this. You can't go wrong with this. Okay, nice and simple. Then what we're going to do, folks, is think a little bit about perspective. When I say a little bit, I want to very much skim over the surface of perspective. If you see the whole picture there, you can see I've left lots of space around the edges. That's intentional. That's the style of picture I want to do. If you want to fill your picture, you can do. I want to zoom in close to that area. I want to start at the bottom, and I'm going to use a ruler to get some perspective here, okay? Now, it's interesting perspective because you can get obsessed by it. You really can. For me, it's all about keeping it simple. The bottom line here, the bottom line, the furthest down, doesn't matter how far down it comes, take your ruler and point up to about 10 o'clock. About 10:30. About 10:30. And then pop a little pencil line going up like that. Notice I've come further, and notice I'm not going all the way to the edge. Do the same on the other side, but on the other side, we're going to point to about 2 o'clock. Now on this side, I'm only going to go a little bit down. I'm not going to go past. See how that one goes past, but that one stops. Why has that gone past? Because we're going to put another building there. Yes, these are the starting point of the buildings. All buildings have vertical lines. Am I loud enough now, folks? Is the audio nice and clear for you? Please do let me know. Cool. Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Now, if we look close at this right-hand line here, I want to sketch another line that goes probably about halfway up. So if I zoom back on that, it's again vertical straight lines. It's probably about half what that is, maybe a bit less. Yeah, I've got a fan on today as well. The studio is nice and cool. It doesn't get much sunlight where it is, but with 4 big spotlights shining down, it does get quite hot. And the tension in the room as well, obviously. Yeah, there it is. So we've got those lines. Okay, then we're going to do one more building, and the next one, very simply, is going to be this line here that goes all the way to the edge, and where it meets that first line, do another one, a little bit shorter again. There we go. We've got bang, bang, bang. 3 lines. Can you see how that one's a bit shorter again? Paper is portrait, Rosemary, yes. There it is. So an email's come through. Matthew, why is your screen so dark? Okay, because I've darkened it so you can see the pencil lines. I don't normally wear fake tan, but it looks like I've got it on at the minute. We'll fix that. We'll fix that when we start painting. Don't worry. A little bit more sketchy, folks. Then we'll chuck some paint on. So a couple of people have not received the links. I'm just going to check. Quite often people don't continue the booking, so just bear with me folks while I have a quick check. One more folks and I'll be with you. One of the people have not booked. Normally a reason why they don't come through. And the second person not booked either. Right, we got there. It's normally there's normally a reason, different email addresses and like that. But we're here. Right, apologies. Okay, so let's carry on with the sketch. Let's come to the top of the buildings now. Let's do this one first. So upward line, now it's a downward line. So the angle at the top here is going to point down to about 5 o'clock. No, it's not. It's going to point down to about 4 o'clock. About 4 o'clock, 4:30, compromise. Again, a little bit of a pencil line. That pencil line, by the way, wants to be double. Make it double, a double line, like so. Now, if you want to get these angles perfect, something to think about trying on your screens of your devices, hold a piece of paper level with your screen and literally close one eye and then put the ruler or the pencil and just copy them over from here to here. Imagine that's your screen here. You can just simply copy them over. That comes down to about 4 o'clock, and then on the top of that line we're going to sketch in a little bit of a rustic roof. Doesn't have to be precise. Freehand, no ruler required. Can you see I've expanded it I've expanded it beyond the edge. What are the lengths of the smaller lines? Well, I didn't really measure them. This is for Anne, but it's just a guess. But if you want lengths, let's give you lengths. We've got 2.5 inches for the middle one. The smaller one is 1.5 inch. Look at the perspective. We've got perspective. Yes, so Jim, take it to the edge. Take it to the edge, Jim. I know you can take it to the edge. Push yourself to the edge, Jim. For me, I like to do the vignette, so I want to make sure I've got a nice clear edge here. Can you see I've left a good inch or so here, maybe a bit more on both sides, so I've got a good 1.5 to 2 inches either side. That's going to make a lovely little picture. Looking forward to this one. Let's do the opposite side. I will recap the sketch. So that line came to 4 o'clock. This line is going to come to about 8 o'clock, this one. Pop it on. Again, doesn't want to go too far. Double line. Make it a bit longer and then pop the roof on. Like that. Beautiful. Little bit of perspective going off here, folks. Again, why not copy those angles from the paper? Now on these two buildings, it's going to be a similar thing. But how perspective works, just a very basic, brief description. As it gets lower, imagine you've got like a clock face, a pivot here, okay? So basically, as perspective gets lower, it just basically drops. Now, that's a good way to do this. Have you got a 30 centimetre, 12 inch foot long ruler? Or have you got a foot long Subway sandwich? It all works. Or anything else that's a foot long, that's got a straight edge on it. What you can do is you can pop your finger, pop the furthest possible point you can on the edge of that line. Can you see? Mirror parallel. Have a little go at this. Then at your furthest point here, you can probably just about make that out because the screen's dark. I'm going to hold it with my finger. I've grabbed it. And I want to take that and I'm just going to basically make sure this finger, this one, doesn't move. And I want to go until it meets the line and pop it on. Perfect. And then that one until it meets that line. Can you see? We have perfect perspective, folks. That's how you get perfect perspective. Let me show you that again. Because we can pop it on the line right at the edge because you want to get a good width. Pop your finger, grab your ruler, nice and firm, go down. One. And then there. Now remember, these lines do want to be double as well. So that's how you could get the perfect, positively perfect in every way. Perspective. How many pers can you say and cause popping on the audio? What we'll do here is we'll bring that up there for the roof and bring that one on there too. So we have roofs. We have roofs. Roof Maddock and roof something else. But we have roofs. We have roofs. That's how you can get perfect, positively perfect perspective quickly without no fuss. These workshops are for people to learn. Give it a go. Give it a go. Can't go wrong. Nice lesson in buildings and sketching in perspective and various other things. Can't go wrong, can you? What could possibly go wrong? Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Next thing I want to do is simply sketch in some straight lines. That's all for street lamps. The street lamp will be sketched in and painted in, but I want to just get a guidance. I want to get some guidance to it. So my first one, and I want to recap all this in a minute for you, but you can see what we've got, this nice looking down a street. We're looking down a street. Simple bit of perspective going on. We could have been precise and we could have talked about vanishing points and eye levels. It just gets too complicated. Yes, I've just had an email come through. Can we see the image of the ladybird? Yeah, so basically that's kind of inspiration. It's a bit dark on there, folks, to be fair, but let me get the screen lighter for you. That's looking at the monitor. There you go. That's your inspiration for you right there. So you can see how the butterfly, the ladybird is sat on this one, sat on some forget-me-nots, I would have said, and then over here, of course, you've got the daisy as well. So that's the kind of theme that we're going to be working on, folks. Okay, inspirational painting photographs to give us some guidance. Get the screen back into clear mode. Brilliant. Okay, cool. So that's how we're looking so far. Well done, folks. Let's just pop some vertical lines in to help with the position of street lamps, okay? So I'm going to do my first one sort of from the corner of this building. So I'm going to come away from it probably about an inch. So probably come away about an inch from this first pencil line, roughly. So I want to sketch in a line now. It's going to sit a little bit higher and it's going to come up. It's going to be a double width line and it's going to be just there. How wide is that going to be? How long? 4.5 inches. If you like your measurements, that is a vertical line, a double line, about 4.5 inches. I want to leave another gap of about, this time about 1/2 inch, and I want to do another one that's quite a lot smaller, but still a double line. Now let me give you the measurement in inches. That one is going to be about 2 inches, okay. Now just take a moment to have a look at those, have a look at the position of them. How far below do they sit beneath that horizon line? Okay, you can sort of see, can't you? So this one is about 4 inches, that one's about 2 inches. Vertical line, couple of lamps, they're going to reflect beautifully in the street scene today. The nighttime street scene. We're looking forward to this one. Lady A wants some measurements. Okay, let's do a recap of the entire sketch right now. A loose recap. Let's come down here. Some measurements included. Bear in mind the perspective is going to be a bit off here. I've got my trusty marker pen. That is the paper. That's the paper. The first thing I did with the sketch was I marked in 1/3. A loose line 1/3 up, okay? Now I'm just going to do this very rough and loose to give you an idea. Then what I did is I came in about 1/4 and I did a vertical line. Now if you want the measurement of that line, that is about 7 inch. So from here to here is about 7 inch, okay? Just to give you some idea of what we're working to, 7 inch, okay? Then what I did is I did the same on the opposite side, pretty much exactly the same. 7 inch. Notice it comes below about 1 inch and then above about 6 inches. Below that first line. Then we start to talk about clock. This angle was pointing to 2 o'clock. That angle there was pointing to about 4 o'clock. the top angles were pointing. This one was going to 2 o'clock, and that one was going to 8 o'clock. They were double. They were double lines with the roof on. The pitch of the roof. Okay, this is your recap. Then I brought in that line here. I extended all the way to the top. Do you remember that one? Just extend it. Extend it all the way to the top, as far as it goes, to the top of that line, that first initial line. Then I had another line. Doesn't matter how big. It's about half, and a smaller one here. If you want measurements of those, because I know some of you do like to be precise, that one was 2.5 inches. This one here is about 1.5. Okay, angles. How did we get the angles again? I put the ruler on. Remember this one? Hold it with your finger here at the furthest point. Squash it down. There's one. Squash it down. There's the other. And then, of course, double those. Put the roof pitch on. That's your 4 buildings. Okay. Then it was the street lamps, which really, that one was 4 inch. The second one was 2 inch. I hope that helps. Remember, at any time through this workshop, now, whether it's live or you're watching it afterwards, you can very, very simply pause the video. You can pause the live video. You can skip back. Obviously, you can't skip forward unless you skip back, but you can. That's the recap. Let's bring it back into view for you. That's all the sketching we need, for at least for the minute. I'll leave that on screen. I don't think we need to even check people's sketches today, because it's just a series of lines. Last week's workshop, and can I just say a quick congratulations to everybody that painted this picture, the sea turtle, last week. What an amazing workshop that was, and how great is it to see other people's paintings on Facebook. Huge well done to everybody. Now, on something like this, the sea turtle, the one we were sketching that in last week, that was the 11th of July 2021, if you're watching this back later, I invited you to send your sketch over, because I felt as though I wanted to check them, because it was very much a free moving creature. Today it's very much lines, lines and lines. Okay, very, very simple. Keep those lines vertical, always keep them vertical, and get those angles right. That's going to stay on screen. If you do want to send it over for peace of mind, please feel free. I don't feel as though we need to worry about that, but if you want to take a photograph of your sketch, let me give you some advice though. There's a very complicated phrase called converging verticals, and what does that mean? What does converging verticals mean? Let me show you. You can see the screen here of my phone. Okay, so I've got the camera now. If I'm square, the perspective is fine. If I do this, the buildings start to lean. Can you see? So it looks like it's drunk. That's what you call converging verticals. And what that phrase is, it's the same. If anyone's ever been to a city with big skyscrapers, you've took photographs of the skyscrapers, and they always tend to lean a bit, don't they, on your photographs? It's a perspective issue, and it's the way that the camera looks at it. You look at tall buildings, your eyes perfect. But if you want to take a photograph of this, what I'm trying to say is take it square. Please do send it over on this email address if you want me to check. I feel that you don't need to so much today, but I'm more than happy, as always, to check your sketch. Let's give people a couple of minutes if they do want to send them over. Email address top of the screen, of course. Of course, this is also a great time, if you're not already, to get your booking in place. for next week. There it is, bottom on the screen, right there. Okay, so a few sketches come through. Peter Kimberley. I'm not sure, is this okay? Peter, yes, you've got it, mate. As long as those lines are vertical, which they are, perfect. Anybody else want to send through the sketch? Please do. Email address top of the screen. You're more than welcome to send them over. We'll give people a couple of minutes just to have a little think about that. And of course, remember, great time to book in for the colourful ladybird on beautiful flowers, also known, of course, as a ladybug. Okay, so I think people are okay by the looks of it then. I've only had a couple of emails come through. Here we go. Natalie Trudgill, Jennifer Ray. Sketch is fine, as long as those lines are vertical, okay? Nice and straight for your lines. Natalie Trudgill, yours are just transferring over. Natalie, yours is fine. Absolutely perfect. I'll keep an eye on those folks if anyone sends any more over. But we are in a position. Okay, Jim Ross. Is it okay if the angle of the inside building roof is less of an angle than the lines marking the base? Yes. I mean, if you want to send it through, Jim, take a photograph with your phone, drop it on email. I'll double check it for you. It's all part of the service, mate. Send it through. Andrew Mayer, yours is fine. Margaret Lewis. P.S. Thanks for the help on the turtle drawing. No problem. That's what we do. Yes. Margaret, yours is fine. Yeah, brilliant. I'll keep an eye on those emails coming through. We are just about ready to start to prep some colours and paint in the background wash, which is going to be good. Can't go wrong with this, can you? What could possibly go wrong? Lady A, not sure if I've grasped all you said. Don't forget, Lady A, you can skip back. You can skip right back. And you can watch it again. You can pause. Okay, Brian Green, your sketch is fine. Lady A, yes. Well, actually, Lady, what I want you to do is make your street lamps taller. This one's about 4 inches. Okay? The smaller one's 2 inches. Notice where that comes to in relation to the building. Use reference points, which is what I do. So compare this to this, that to that. Boom. Excellent. Now, before we start painting, a really good reference point, or a really good piece of advice, folks, is to make sure the pencil is quite strong, especially for a nighttime scene. So I'm going to basically go over the building lines, give them a bit of extra oomph, bit of pressure, because it's quite easy to lose the pencil lines. So a good bit of advice today, folks, is to pop in some extra pressure on those pencil lines so you don't lose anything, because you'll shout at me if you do. And of course, any of these lines that go inside the buildings here can be removed if you've got a rubber stroke eraser. So I can take these lines out. Well, get those out. Perfect. There we go. All set, ready to chuck some paint on. Looking forward to painting a beautiful nighttime sky. Again, don't forget, you're going to send your sketch through, just drop it on email. If you want to double check your angles, Jim, what you can do is take your sheet of watercolour paper, hold it up at the side like this, grab a ruler, close one eye allows you to focus on this and that, hold it parallel to your screen and move and check them against mine. That makes sense, hopefully. Mary, Kelly, yes, your sketch is good, Mary. Okay, so let's get some colours prepped. Now, as far as brushes are concerned, 3 main brushes that I tend to use for these workshops. We've got a big brush, this one being a 20 or a 14 or a 16 or even a flat brush. This one is a 10, this one is a 6. So we've got 3 brushes ready for doing this. The big brush, the large one, is the one that's going to put the sky in place, okay? It's going to work a treat, all right? So I'm going to clean that brush really well, and we can all prep the colours together. We'll pop them on here for you so you can see the colours in action. Let me just bring the camera a little bit higher. There it is. So if we mix the colours together, that'd be really good. And I'll pop the colours on here so you can test them actually out as well. Brill. Roz Hikers, you've sent your sketch through, and it is fine, Roz. Yes, it's fine. Perfect. Okay, so it's all about darkness, but you need some lightness, because without lightness there's no darkness, apparently. So what we'll do is we'll clean the brush. We'll clean the brush really well. Make sure it is nice and clean, and we're going to pop a little bit of water, not much, and mix a nice light colour, starting with the yellow. This colour is quite transparent, okay? So this colour's not got much paint in it at all. So quite a pale colour, pale to medium is what I'd say here. So there's the yellow. Mix it with a touch of red, so you get that very slight, but not too much red. So think amber, think of an amber colour. Pop a little bit of red in it so you get amber rather than a bright orange, if you like. And then add a little speck, the tiniest little dot of blue. Can you see that little bit of blue I'm popping in there? Just a touch, just a little tiny bit of blue goes into it. and that will start to make it into a bit of a sandy colour. I'll pop the colour here for you. There it is. Can you see that kind of yellowy sandy colour? Now, if you've got my natural collection, then you want to be using this colour here, which is called natural yellow. Not the bright yellow, the sandstone dark yellow. The one that people say this colour is not very yellow. Real. Clean the brush again. Really give it a good clean, folks. You've got to give it a good stir. Wipe off that excess. Pop some water here. And this time, we just want some blue. We just want some blue. Again, not too strong for the blue, but a little bit stronger than the colour that you've just mixed. See how I wipe my brush on the side of the palette? Everyone mixing the colours together here, folks. There's the blue. There's the blue. The blue is not quite as deep as the blue is deeper, stronger than that first colour. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Blue on its own, medium strength-ish. And then the next colour is the one that really is going to kick some butt. Clean the brush again. This one needs power, so we'll wipe off that excess. Clean the brush. I want to mix a couple of these of the same, so I've popped a couple of blobs of water. Straight in for the blue, nice and strong. Don't be afraid to go heavy here, folks. Get that colour, get the richness. See the strength in colour? Keep adding blue to both. Keep wiping on the side. These palettes are beautiful, these easy clean palettes. I know it's my product, I'm selling, blah, blah, blah. We know that. But it is such a good palette. Tried and tested, folks. This is the 2021 version. It's got 15 wells here. You get more book with these new ones. Thick, heavy blue. I'll just pop that there to show you. Put the blue strong. Then we'll go straight in. We'll put red in both. Turn both of those colours into purple. Turn them both purple. Don't be afraid to add plenty of red to them, but still not making it just all red. Can you see that nice bit of red? So that colour is now turned into this purple. See the purple on screen? You can test the colours. Plenty of paint. Much stronger. Notice I keep wiping off that excess because I don't want to waste the colour. Then I'm going to go straight in to the yellow. Now I don't bother about cleaning my brush. I'm straight into the yellow. We'll pop little bits of yellow into this. Not much. See the wipe on the side? And even that little bit of yellow turns it into grey. Can you see that beautiful grey? Now here's the thing. If you've got natural grey, use it. Absolutely. But my advice for this picture, for the moonlit night pictures, it suits it if you add a little bit extra red. Just a little bit extra red to it is great. Again, so a tiny bit of yellow. If you put too much yellow and it starts to go green or brown, just put some more blue with it or start again. But again, look at that white. So look at those colours, look at the grey. Test your colours, get them prepped. Two dark colours, quite heavy consistency, you can see it there. And then here is a blue on its own and this yellowy colour. Quick recap of the colours. Clean that brush at that point. First one, yellow and red. Make amber. Make amber and add a touch of blue, but the tiniest amount of blue. Too much blue and that colour will go green. If it does, really you want to be wiping it out and starting again. The blue by itself, pretty easy. And then the magic ingredient for the nighttime one, of course, is the grey. The strength is important. Blue, add red to both of them. I'm mixing a double dose because I know I'm going to run out. It's inevitable. Just happens every time. And then, of course, that little spot of yellow. A little spot of yellow turns them into a purpley grey. That little bit extra red really does go a long way for these kind of scenes. Get your colours, test them, mix plenty of it, folks, and then in a minute or so I'm going to go through and get it all sorted for you, and we'll put some paint to paper. The orange is not strong. The blue is a little bit stronger, and the two greys are strong. So Peter, just get a scrap piece of paper, test your colours next to the screen, get your colours prepped, and then we'll be ready to chuck some paint on, basically. Which, of course, is what it's all about. Also, just to mention, folks, make sure you have got your coin wrapped in, there it is close up, your coin wrapped in tissue, because that's going to put the moon on. Now here's the thing, it's a warm day, but it is here, don't know what it is where you are in the world, it is here, very warm. So if this fails, it's not the end of the world. When we painted in, for example, this moon here, I'll show you that close up, that moon on this nighttime scene here, the moon was added with white paint, and so were the clouds. So you've got that back up. The same thing applied to this scene at the back of me, this winter scene as well. So it doesn't matter if the coin fails, because that's why we've got white paint. So just not to worry about it, basically. Beautiful. You can smell the fear. Get those colours prepped, folks. We're going to chuck some paint on. Get yourself a slight tilt on the board. Yes, email come through. What's the giveaway for next week? So if you're booked on to next week's workshop, you stand the chance of winning all of this. Let me show you close up. We're giving away a pack of blending blades, nice clean crisp blending blades, because I'm sure you find that they do discolour over time. We've got a size 14 brush, that's a £12 brush in its own right. We've got a size 8 sable brush, that's like a £9 brush. A size 6 pure sable brush, that's about £15. We've got a fan brush, we've got a size 6 round brush. Again, the brushes alone are about £60, £70 worth of brushes. We've got some masking fluid, we've got some colours, 6 tubes of artist quality colour, including some violet, some red, 2 DVDs, one on painting bluebells and one on painting the Prague, in fact there's 3 DVDs, Prague in sepia and bluebells. And then we've also got a brush called Fantastic Techniques here to give away, and a pack of paper that retails for £12. So all in all, I've worked it out about 160 quid's worth of materials, and you just need to be booked in to next week's workshop. to get that. Let's crack on, folks. Let me do the first bit for you. My advice to you here at this point is sit back, relax. Let me talk you through the process of painting in this background. Okay, I suggest you just relax, watch for a couple of minutes. Paint can be reactivated easily, and let me show you what I want to do. So first of all, I want to make sure the brush is clean. I'm not concerned about the water being clean, if I'm honest, as long as the brush is clean. And I want to wet the paper. So you're sat back chilling out, aren't you? You're wetting the entire sheet. Now, even if you're doing a vignette like me, I want to wet the whole scene because the paint spreads. Notice I keep going back up to the top, a slight tilt on your board. Pop your masking fluid or your masking tape roll under the top of the board glasses case. Just a little rise. Easels are not needed at all. So that has had a single coat of water. Now that is not enough. That is nowhere near enough. So I need to go back to the top again and give it a second coat of water. How many people are using my paper, Matthew Palmer branded paper? That's cotton, which means that the water will soak in and stay wetter, which is great. I'm now on to the third. Yes, the third coat of water, folks. 3 good coats of water. I've run out, so I'm putting more here. 3, if not more. It's warm here. I can go this way. As long as it's covered, this is the stage where we're going to make a mess. So the paper, as you can see, if I give that a bit of a wobble into the light, you can see, look at that, beautiful. A nice sheen, like metallic paint. Now what we're going to do here is chuck some paint on. My advice to you is dampen the brush, but wipe off that excess. Wipe off that excess. Have some kitchen paper. Start with the sandy colour, the creamy sandy colour. It's a pale to medium mix. That's the first colour, and that colour goes over the buildings loosely. Slow down. And also into the road as well. Steady on. So notice how in the buildings, let your paint spread. Let it just be. Let it disappear. Let it become part of the picture. This is why vignettes work so well. Beautiful. And then I can twist. The brush will go flat to the paper, and we can twist from the buildings. See the twist? Make sure you get plenty of colour around the background. Twist in. The brush is literally, look, can you see that? It's bent on the paper. Let me show you that a little bit closer up so you can really see. You can basically lay it flat and twist. If you run out of colour, it's just yellow, red, and a touch of blue. Not too pale. You want to see this colour. Basically it's the colour of the buildings. Across the road. And then twist in your sky. Patchy in the middle of the sky. Let it run. Let it spread. Okay, let it spread. Notice I'm not going all the way to the sides. That's just the way I'm working here. And then we're going to change colour down to the palette, straight into the blue. No need to clean brushes. Grab some of the blue. Wipe off that excess. Always a good tip, folks. Look at this. I'll recap this for you. Wipe off that excess. Wipe off the excess. We're now focusing on the sky. So let's come to the top. We're going to twist in some blue. Almost dry. Almost dry. Twist it in. Work it in. Try and avoid your buildings at this point if you can. Twist in the blue. Doesn't matter if a bit goes over your buildings. It'll give shadow. Put some at the base here as well. Twist it in. Twist it in. Twist it in. Now at the minute it's not very dark. It's just a bit stormy. But now we need to go dark. We need to go dark, and this is where that strong stuff comes in. Straight into the strong stuff, wiping off that excess. Again, flat to your paper, and really do not be afraid of this colour. Let your paint spread, loosely avoiding your buildings. Notice the brush is flat to the paper. Twist it in, work it down. Leave some patchy bits. Keep picking up a bit of colour. Keep wiping off that excess. Can you see the twisty lines I'm doing here? We need to get some darkness into this. It's important. Twisty lines. I'll recap all this. It's going to look a mess, folks, and there's going to be certain people that will not be happy with the picture, but you need to persevere. It's going to look a bloody mess, I'll be honest. He said bloody, it's blue, it's blue. Filth, paid for this. Bring it in, twist it in. See how the wiggles are getting smaller as I'm getting lower down. Now as I get to about this point here, as I get to around about sort of here, which is almost the bottom, my advice to you, and I'll recap this, clean the brush, pinch it through your fingers, and then just spend a moment just softening away any edges. It doesn't matter if it goes in the buildings. If anything, it has character. Soften them in, and then this is the point right now. Once you're happy that you've got some darkness in for your moonlit sky, looking good there, that's the point when you grab your piece of kitchen paper and you lay back and think of England. And what we'll do is we'll basically stamp this on wherever we feel works. Now I want it to reflect in the pavement, so I'm going to say probably about there. Press it firm. If it doesn't come off, you've got white paint. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, now if that doesn't happen, and I want to recap this, do not fear, Mr. Palmer is here. Okay, what I want to do now is just spend a little bit more time, you know, with that clean brush, and see those edges are a bit hard up there. I just want to soften those in a little bit. Oh, hang on. We'll get that back again in a minute. There we go. If you've got any hard edges at the top or the edge, folks, just use a damp brush to tickle the edge. Bit of water. Squeeze it through your fingers, and it allows you, because it's drying so quick, it's inevitable it's going to dry quick. So, but if you're doing a vignette, you might want to soften the edges. There's one last thing to mention. I'm going to pick up some of that grey, and I want to pop in some horizontal lines from the base of the buildings randomly. From the base of the buildings, it doesn't matter if your paper's dry at this point. From the base of the buildings, pop some horizontal lines. No one should be caring about where's your light coming from. Doesn't matter. Just put some horizontal lines loosely, like so, in the ground. Then what you do, and I'll recap this. You better clean the brush. Slow down, Mr. Palmer. Slow down. Squeeze the brush through your fingers again. You remember that one, and then you can just spend a couple of moments just softening your bottoms. Sounds beautiful. Just work them into the buildings. As if you look, see that I'm sort of going up into the buildings with them, and horizontal blending. Beautiful. Let me recap. Let me recap before you do anything. If you're okay, crack on. But if not, this is the official recap on the rough sketch, of course. There it is. Let me show you what we did. Okay, cool. So basically, nice and easy, nice and steady, nice and steady. What we'll do is we'll wet the paper 3, if not 4 times. You don't want to soak the paper, saturate it, but you want to be wet enough that your paint runs. Yes, it's going to look a bloody mess. I've said bloody twice on a Sunday. I do apologise. First colour, of course, is the sandy yellow colour, which goes over the building. Just make sure the colour's strong enough. Very loosely over the buildings, look, nothing fancy. Horizontally across the footpath like so, and then literally laying the brush flat to the paper and bending it like Beckham and twist it. Wiggle, don't take it off, wiggle it. Straight into the blue. That little bit of a tap on tissue or wipe on the side. Look flat to your paper again. Get it all mixing. Looks a bloody mess, Mr. Palmer. Twist it in. That's 4 times now, sorry. There you go. Then you're into the dark stuff. The best bit, the dark stuff. Again, twisting the night away. Is that Sam Cook? Somebody. Sammy Cook, is it something? Twist it in. Make sure the grey is strong, because without this grey, it's not going to be a moonlit night, is it? Doesn't matter if it goes on your buildings, because that's the stage. I like that version. That's the stage that you put your moon on. Now, if you don't get the moon, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Then nice and relaxed. If you've got any hard edges or any bits you want to soften, you clean your brush, folks. You give it a good old pinch through your fingers like this. I'll give you time to work on this. better. And then you can use that, you can soften away any bits on the buildings, but just leave it to do its thing. Then what you do is you pop the grey lines in the footpath, the roadway, the track, the ground. It doesn't matter if the paint is dry, the paper's dry, because it probably will be. Just pop some random horizontal lines. Okay, shadows. Clean your brush, and again, really important that you do this. Squeeze out that water. Squeeze out that water. See how the brush has gone flat? And you can just sort of talk amongst yourselves and soften the edges in. Take it up into your building as well. Attach it into your building. And you've got shadows. You've got shadows. Why not have a practice? This is the picture. That's going to stay on screen, folks. I'm going to leave you to work on that for a little while. Get the camera nicely lined up. Smash in. Go for it. It'll all come out in wash. It will look a pig's ear. That's normal. You're not kidding. And it's just the way it goes. It's just the way it goes. Ray Russo, your sketch is absolutely perfect. Crack on. Brian's using that paper. Good on you, Brian. Yes, Andrew Mayer, the Inner Space film with Dennis Quaid, Meg Ryan. Brilliant film, Andrew Mayer. Let's get your smart speakers active. Alexa, play Twisting the Night Away.
Twisting the Night Away.
Now this paint has got a long way to go, folks, so you've got to keep calm and carry on. Do not give up. Do not give up at any point. Keep an eye on those viewing figures, Mr. Palmer. Stick with us. A beautiful moonlit night, and wherever we decide it to be, doesn't matter. So, where is this meant to be, Matthew? That place on the far side of the rainbow. Brilliant. And literally, it's going to look an absolute mess. Look at all the grey paint that's gone over the picture. It really doesn't matter. What's important is that you do not give up. You keep cracking on until, because it's the end that makes these things work. Okay, I'm sure you realise that.
So start off with wetting it 3-4 times. I don't know what the temperature is where you are, but here it's 27. That's hot for us. So paint's drying quickly. Plus I've got 4 studio lights as well. Sure, that was the idea. Get Alexa going. Keep those. Keep positive, Irene style. Keep positive. A long way to go yet. A long way to go. It'll be a different picture when it's finished. Yes, it'll be again. The amount of times I've heard that. You just gotta keep the paint flowing, keep positive, because it will be a different picture. This is all wavy and horrible. I'm gonna use probably regret this. Use a heat gun to dry it off, a hair dryer. Give it a blast with the old dryer. Give it a good old dry. Now, if you can't hear the hairdryer, it's because I've got the noise reduction turned on. Now, if your paper's all wavy at this point, once it's drying off, use your hands on it. The colours will change once it dries. You can flatten the page. There we go. Beautiful. Nice and dry. Nice and dry. Nice and dry. Keep it positive. Sheila, come on. We've got this. Remember, white paint's going to come in later. Stick with us. Give it a good dry. Okay. Now, pretty much in your palette, you've got your colours in here that we can pretty much use all the way through. Now, if you need to mix some more of that grey, which I currently do, then it's pretty easy. It's all gone. It's all gone. I'm going to mix more, but I want to use a smaller brush. I'm using a 10, grey being the key here. So quite strong, very strong. I put the wrong colour in there. Very, very strong, very heavy natural grey mixed from blue, red, plenty of blue in there. So this is just a grey by itself, not necessarily a purple tinge. Add the yellow to it, of course. You need strength in colour here. Let me show you the colour. So it's the same mix as before. That's the grey. It's just exactly the same as before. Okay, I've just run out of it basically. Now I'm also going to mix a brown. Feel free to use natural brown, but I want to mix brown. How do you make brown? Quite strong as well. Fairly strong for this. Not quite as strong as the grey. That grey's got to be dark. I think you get that, don't you? It needs to be. Needs to be a good, chunky, heavy grey. So it's yellow first with red. Plenty of red. Mix an orange. Mix a deep orange. Add little bits of blue. And that will turn the colour brown. Now, if your colour is not brown enough, red, add more red. That tends to be the secret colour. So basically, if I put that colour there, you can test your colour against it. What you've mixed is yellow and red. Quite thick, size 10 or 12 brush for this, okay? Or something similar. So it's the yellow with the red and then blue. That'll give you brown. Feel free to use natural brown. Not a problem. Strong grey, folks. That is the secret. That's the key. Test your colours against the screen. Andrew Mayer sent a photograph. Nice sky, Andrew. Nice moon as well. It's looking good. Looking good. So Jackie is off to see her son. She's not seen him for 18 months. Have a great time. And I'll see you for the virtual painting holiday. How many people in the chat are taking part in the virtual painting holiday on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday next week? 3 days of beautiful tuition coming up. Give me a thumbs up if you're taking part. Irene's taking part. Vivian's taking part. Lynn Fletcher. Lynn Howe. Sadie Thompson. Sue Abbs. Julie Morby. Sarah Stevenson. Again, it's a bit like these workshops. If you can't manage to watch it live, it's yours to keep forever. Watch it whenever you like. Meg's taking part. Hillary. Margaret. It's going to be great. Looking forward to this one. Lorna, Angela, Linda, Pam, Jackie, Elaine Reid. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, folks, have a look at this. This basically shows the 3-day retreat. So basically there's 3 days of tuition. Starts on Tuesday the 20th of July, 11 till 3 o'clock each day. Basically you can see top left, day 1, painting a beautiful lake sunset. Look at that gorgeous scene at the bottom. Day 2, we're going to be transported to the streets of Venice and paint a scene of Venice. That's on the 21st of July. And day 3, a Mediterranean seascape. So much choice of scene around the Mediterranean. And that's on the 22nd. So 3 days of tuition. If you're interested, by the way, there is a link in the description. We do have a few spaces left. What makes it different from what we're doing today? The difference today is that there's no reference picture, there's no scene to work to. That's the main difference. On the retreat, I'll be painting and I'll be stood in front of a virtual scene of a sunset taking place, and we'll paint it as though it's happening. It's going to be lovely. Venice, we have a live, yes, honestly, we have a live feed to a camera in Venice. How cool is that? We are going to have a scene of Venice right in front of us on screen, and we're going to paint a scene from that. It's such a nice thing to do. And then on the 3rd day, we're going to be transported to a Mediterranean beach, and we're going to paint a beautiful scene of golden sands and beautiful skies. It's going to be lovely. So if you're not booked in, we do have some spaces left. You can go to Watercolour TV to take part. There's some more information. £50 for 3 days. Watch and paint along live, or watch it anytime, again and again. So it's yours to keep and watch it whenever you like. I'll pop a link in the chat actually if anyone is interested in booking a space for it. There's a couple of spots left. 2 or 3. There you go. On the subject of that actually, folks, how many people, let me know on email, excuse me, let me know on email and on the chat. Would you be interested, if you've booked one already with me, the virtual retreat, virtual painting holiday, would you be interested in doing a second one, sort of late October, like an autumnal painting retreat? Ideally, you can't go out and paint in the autumn, it's a bit cool, that kind of thing. But would you be interested in doing a second one, possibly October? Give me a yes, I'm interested, or a thumbs up if that floats your boat. Of course, different scenes, being transported to an autumnal forest, you know, it'll be a great thing. Let me know. And then if that's the case, because this one's been a success, it's had lots of people booking on it, so I'm thinking about doing a second one for you later in the year. Let me know. Being transported to an autumnal forest, or, you know, being transported to autumn in the Paris in the autumn. It's too warm for this. So let me know if that's of interest to you. And you could have the first opportunity to book in. Probably late October, we're thinking. Again, that's the 3 inspirational scenes that we'll be doing on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Day 1, a live sunset, we're going to paint it. Day 2, we've got a live camera in Venice, honestly, a live camera in Venice, and we're going to paint a picture from that. It's going to be great. And of course, day 3, and the Mediterranean seascape. So, lots of you are interested in doing a second one. That's good to know. That's good to know. Thank you. Bless you. We'll get some dates put together. Bear that in mind, and you'll get the first chance to book on, because I do have a limit on them. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look here. So, Peter, your sky's fine. Absolutely fine, Peter. Vivian Day says, what a great mess. Vivian, there's nothing wrong with that picture. Honestly, it's fine. Lots of you interested in a second one. Another great thing you can do, of course, on the virtual painting holidays is that you can send your pictures in for critique. We'll talk about them, we'll discuss them if you want to. Anyway, back to today's mission. What we're going to do now is start to build up some of the buildings. And the first thing I want to do, actually, is I want to use a size 6 brush with that brown. If it's gone a bit dry, pop a bit of water with it. Okay, so lots of you are interested in the second one. What you need to do, folks, is you need to, on Tuesday, when you do the first one, you'll get the chance to book in first for that, okay? Cool. Okay, right, let's pop the roofs in then for the buildings. Now, we're going to paint these sort of individually. And this is the plan. So I've got the number 6 brush here. I'm literally I'm going to paint it in little rows, following that angle. Follow the angle. Can you see the angle? The angle of the bottom line. Because it just leaves a little bit of highlight on the edge. I like to see that. Now, I'm doing a vignette here, so I don't need to be too precise about how this goes in. I like to pop in some little bits of detail on the top of the roof, but that's a great way to do this. Wonderful. Now, let me show you that again on this side. Exactly the same. Start off with that line here. And like I said, folks, I'm following that angle all the way through with the brown. And for me, personally, I'd say leave a little bit of light on the edge, which naturally happens. Make sure you paint the lines in quite freely, but all the time it follows the angle of that first one. Okay, same down here as well, just to quickly show you. Now on this one, here's a bit of advice for you folks. Here's a good tip on these two buildings. Why don't you get yourself a little bit of masking tape and pop it down there and down there. Now the reason around is, sorry, I've got the old brush in the mouth. I'll get you, Batman. Bit of a penguin going off there. Sorry. Now what we'll do here is we'll use the brown. Bit of brown, young sir. What we'll do is bring it in. And we'll go along in the same style. Again, you know, a little bit of some little tweaks and little fiddles, but get plenty of colour. Use the masking tape as a mask. I suppose which is what it says on the tin kind of thing here, but you can work along quite nicely. Again, little bits of detail. And there you go, that's giving us the roof. Now I'll leave the tape in place. I'll put that back on screen so you can see. There you go, beautiful. Because I want to show you that we're going to pop some shadows in there. So I'll leave it at that stage. Yeah, so just imagine being transported to the streets of Venice from the comfort of your own home. It's going to be such an enjoyable thing, folks, over those few days. It really is. I'll talk you through the sketching, I'll talk you through the painting, and you'll produce 3 pictures. 11 till about 3:30 each day. Now, if you notice, I've left the masking tape on intentionally left on. We shall be taking a little bit of a lunch break, folks, in about 15 minutes or so. And then we'll be back to finish the picture off, all those nice details. But you know something, you just need to persevere. You have to stick with this painting from start to end. Please wait for that white paint going on, because that is the big change. That's the big change. Now, these roofs might look a little bit patchy, okay? Like this one, it looks like there's something missing on the end. So this is what I want to do. Let me show you the palette. The brown colour, I want to pick that up on the number 6 brush. But then, what I want to do, really important, once you've picked that brown up, I want you to wipe off that excess on a bit of kitchen paper and try and make your brush go a little bit like that. So it's gone a bit spiky. Yeah. Now, if yours doesn't go spiky, it's because you've got too much water. Just have a go. And basically, on the edge of the roofs, I want to use this spiky brush on screen, nice and close in. I just want to use the spiky brush and just kind of come down in that direction. But right on the edge. Can you see I'm right on the edge? Oh, you're definitely on the edge, Mr. Palmer. Bring it in. And that's the same on all the roofs as well, so I'll sort of jump over here. So notice I'm changing the angle of the brush here. So I'm coming down here with it. And I'm following this angle now, the pitch of the roof. With little flicks. Just gives a bit of interest and a bit of character to the edge of the roof. Same on these two guys as well, look, on screen. Again, spiky brush, nice and close in, nice and close in. Bring it down and get those angles. If you get short on colour, pick it up, wipe it off, splay the bristle. Or you could use a small, fantastic brush, which you may win actually. You may win that. We're giving some of those away today. Okay, now let me just quickly mention this one. On these two roofs here, just bear with me, I'll stop, give you time. What I want to do is pick up some of the grey, no need to clean the brush, wipe that excess, pinch the bristle so it goes beautifully. Spiky, spiky, spiky. There it is on screen. And then what we're going to do here is just add a little bit of darkness where it goes behind the masking tape. So I'm making it dark here. So not a huge amount of grey in there, but a little bit. Especially where it kind of goes at the back of that tape. And then just a few random bits of darkness within the roof. It just gives extra detail. Doesn't really want much in the way of darkness on these top ones. And it's probably quite hard to see. Got a little bit of grey. A little bit of grey on the edge here. Yeah, but where's your light coming from? Just a little bit of darkness on that edge. Smashing it just gives a bit of detail. Beautiful bit of character with a spiky brush. Practice your brush spiking. And then I just want to quickly mention, slowly and carefully, Thomas. Now then, you be careful. Very slowly peel it away. Nice and steady, nice and steady. Look at that. Beautiful, crisp edge of the buildings. Let me pull that back. Look at that. Give it a go, folks. You can't go wrong. It's in your hands. Smashing. Pauline Lacey wants to do another workshop in the autumn. Sheila does, Mary does, Clive does, Jamie does, Meg does, Vivian Day, Brenda, Margaret. I hope, yeah, because Margaret's missing out. Hope it all goes well for you, Margaret, by the way. Margaret Holmes, best wishes to you. It's having some chemotherapy. The best wishes to you. I think this is a really cool thing about these virtual painting holidays, because while I've been talking about them today, a few extra people have booked. Somebody from America, Canada, and somebody from Australia. So that just kind of shows the appeal of these, yeah? So thank you for booking. Information will be sent. Carol, if you want to send your sketch through for it to be checked, that's fine. Carol, just pause the video, take your time, and then catch up during the lunch break. Great. So that was a nice way of working, using the masking tape to kind of protect those key areas. Very similar thing going to take place at the base of these as well. Lynn Furlong, your sketch is fine. Just come through on email. Lynn's working a little bit behind. Just the best thing to do is just relax, take your time. Yeah, if you're coming a little bit later, of course. Right, wonderful. Okay, so now we're going to do a similar thing at the base. Let me show you on screen. So using the masking tape again, but you need to make sure you take the stickiness away, which shouldn't be a problem. There's lots of moisture around today. And this time I want to pop the tape on the bottom of the building from the corner. Okay, press it down well, and then from here. And also at the edge of the small building. Try not to go outside, overlapping the road here, but we're popping the masking tape there. So can you see I've masked off this corner here? Same applies to this side as well. Stick it to your trousers or something. Pop that on. There we go. So you've masked off that area and that area. Keep the masking tape clean and fresh. This time we're going to be using the grey, which we've got in the palette. Number 6 brush is ideal for this. Now that grey is quite strong, so I don't want to waste that grey. So I want to take a blob of it and pop it here and give it a bit of a stir around. So if you look, basically I've still got that rich grey, but on the colour testing page at the top, let me try and get that a bit more, the screen for you, there we go. I'll pop it here, it's a little bit lighter, it's still strong grey, but not quite as strong as necessarily it started off. That's okay. I want to take that grey, important tip, give it a gentle wipe on the side of your palette before you do anything else. Then what we'll do is from the bottom paint out quite wide strokes, folks, on screen. Come out from the tape, not into the tape, come out from the tape. Think a little bit about distance, so wider here, slimmer at the back. So can you see I brought it out? How wide it is. That's probably 2.5 inches there, up to 1 inch at the back. Clean your brush really, really well. Give it 2 very quick taps, 1, 2, and then just put your brush inside that colour and continue to move it out. Doesn't matter if you get hard lines. So take it off, put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off, put it on. Keep cleaning it. 1, 2, just bring it out, bring it out, bring it forward, like so. And then repeat on the other side. Pick up the colour, let me show you. Double dose for you. Just the bottom, come out from the tape, come out from the tape, come out, bit of Derbyshire. Look at that, that's a good 4 inches. Come out from the tape, come out, clean the brush, couple of taps, boom, boom, and then put your brush in the grey and move it horizontally across. I'm also going to do some little bits around the side as well. So basically it goes all the way up to that edge. This will really give us a nice edge to work to. So basically it's completely, but only as far as the roadway. Can you see? Only as far as the roadway. So I'm stopping. Keep refreshing it. 1, 2, and then just go move it out. If it leaves a few hard lines, so be it. It's all part of the old sort of roadway. And of course reflections are going to come later. So don't worry about those. Scrub it out. And then if I leave that on screen for you to have a little go at. If you're doing a vignette, by the way, just give it a bit of a fade at the bottom there. Horizontal being the key. Don't take your tape off, leave it in place. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful. Can't go wrong. Carol Apps, your sketch is fine, Carol. Yeah, good. Carry on. Crack on. Well done for sticking around, folks. It's warm outside. In fact, it's probably cooler in the studio today than it is outside. But please do persevere with this one. You will not regret it. It's going to be a beautiful evening watercolour. You can't go wrong. So a few hard lines here and there, okay? Remember to work out from the grey, from the tape. Work away from the tape, not into it, because that stands a chance of forcing some under. It doesn't matter if you get a little bit of seepage though. It really doesn't matter one bit. Okay, now once you've done that, very, very simple thing that I want to do here is, you remember that spiky brush that we used for doing the roof? Well, I want to do a similar thing here, so I'm picking up the dark grey. So remember, I've got a lighter version, strong grey. Wipe off the excess on the kitchen paper 3 or 4 times. If it's got the right amount of paint, it will stay in shape. Or use a small, fantastic brush. Very simply, what I want to do here is use this to brush away from the tape again. Let me show you. Nice and close in. Basically, that. And I can bring this all the way across, forward and back, forward and back. And hopefully you can see what it's actually doing is it's giving texture to the ground. I'm working from the tape, coming out horizontally. Same on the other side as well, look, over here. Keep picking up more colour. Get a nice dark line from the tape, but actually come right over the top of the road from here as well. Look, it's just going to help to give texture, it's going to give shape, even a little bit of a shadow from the base of the street lamp as well. Can you see? See how you can pull that line across on the opposite side to the moon? Okay, we've got the nice light coming through here. And if you really want to impress your neighbours and get some reflection of the lamps, then do some downward lines. With that same spiky brush. Sylvia says, where do I get the brown masking tape from? Watercolour TV, Sylvia. Okay. Click on the art shop. I'll pop the link in the description. It says it's a very special tape, is this one. Lots of people think that it's Framer's tape, but it's not. It's very much its own tape. I buy it in by lorry load because I think we're the only place that sells this particular tape. Don't get it mixed up with anything that you come across elsewhere, okay? Please don't do that. I'll just pop a link in for you. And a roll's got 50 meters, I believe. And it's really good stuff. It really is good stuff. And there we go, got it. So if you're in the chat, there it is. Yes, Peter, blending blades, but again, spike the bristle of your blending blades. That's the secret. What I'm interested in here is texture, shadows and reflections. Keep reloading that brush with that colour. Keep wiping it off, keep splaying the bristles. Keep adding horizontal texture to the ground. And then, as you can see here, have a go at doing a bit of a reflection. So a bit of a shadow that goes off to the left and then a reflection that comes down. And we can apply that same reflection as well by doing this. What I've got here, folks, let me show you this. What I've got here is a piece of paper, just a normal piece of paper. I'll pop this piece of paper level with the edge of the building on screen. And then with this spiky brush, I'm going to come out from it. Come out from it. Now what this will do, well, you'll see. So I'm working horizontally out from that tape. This will give us the wet, rainy reflection of the building. Notice I keep going over the area again and again, and I'm working. If you're doing a vignette, see the edge? Yeah, beautiful. Same on that side as well. Pop the piece of paper on. Spiky brush, come out from the edge. Don't go over the sky. Bring it across. Spiky brush, remember? Now, it's a lot easier, if I'm honest, to work the other way for me, because I'm on an easel. You can see it, can't you? Pop that on. Pop that on there. Pop that on there. And then go horizontally across. Quick flicks are the best. Or matron. Bring it across. Now if I bring that the right way and get the camera back in place, you can see how it's given me the start of the reflection of the building, yeah? And the lamps. Beautiful. Now, if you've really enjoyed doing that, folks, what I suggest you do is you do one down here as well. Let me show you. Pop that on there. Pop that on there. So it's level with this building. Parallel being the key. And then horizontal flicks coming out from there as well. It all makes sense. You can't go wrong with it, can you? Dryness. Remember? Wiping off that excess. Yeah? And then, of course, hidden behind the masking tape is another one of those lines. I can just about see it here. So each building's got one on. Spray the bristle. Do it 4 or 5 times. It helps to give a reflection. Can you see the shadows? Give it a go. You can always revisit it, look, like I'm doing here, if it's not quite standing out enough for you. Always add a bit more oomph to it, but it's a nice way of adding some reflections of the buildings. Subtle, but enough to make that rainy street. Already looking good. Smashing. How can I rescue my sky? Sheila Robbins. Let's have a look at your sky, Sheila. Nothing wrong with your sky, Sheila. Keep working, keep plodding on. You can always put some highlighted clouds if you need to, of course. So far, so good there, Sheila. Jim's got lots of space at the foot of his painting. So have I, Jim, as well. It doesn't matter how big the picture is. The worst thing you can do is paint a picture to fit a frame or something. Just work with it. Notice how I've brought the reflections a little bit lower down into the wet, rainy street. Super. Liking this already, folks. We're going to do one more little thing, a couple of things, and then we'll be taking a break. We'll have a 30-minute break, 35-minute break, just to get some fresh air and a beverage, a coffee, get some caffeine, if you like your caffeine, of course. You cut them out to fit your picture. That's what I always say to people. Buy the frame to fit the picture, not the picture to fit the frame. Too restrictive, I think. So yeah, can you see I brought these dry brush lines coming further down? Really adds a sense of reflection to the picture. Okay, cool. Right, now what I want to do is work between the gap here while the tape's on. I'm working this gap here and painting some distant stuff. And when I say stuff, I do simply mean stuff, okay? As simple as that. Nothing fancy here, folks. No sketching involved, just simple, straight in. On here, we've got the darker grey. You've got the sort of lighter grey, if you will. So the lighter grey is the one. It's kind of here still. If you need to mix more, this is the mixture. I'll show you again. Always put the blue in first for grey. Blue. Add the red to it. And then, of course, little bits of yellow. If it goes too purple, you want more blue. If it goes too brown, you want more blue. If it goes too green, you want red. Surprisingly. But a pale grey. A pale to medium grey. There it is. So it's just got more water, basically. Okay? So either of them, it's just the same. And it's kind of just a made up little bit of misty background here, folks. This is what I want to do on screen. I want to start off by adding some water. Yes, water to that area. So I'll wet the area probably a couple of inches up into the sky. Just wet the area. Wet the area 2 or 3 times. And then when you start to paint in above the water, some almost misty, random building shapes, bring it into the water. And notice how the water allows you to blend it away. Now, I'm not copying anything here, folks. I've not got any references. I'm just simply adding a very misty area of rainy stuff. Can you see those couple of little lumps here? Over this side, I could do some spots to represent trees. I'm spotting the brush over this side. Working pretty quick because I'm working against the water drying. So that could be a tree there, look. Bring it in. And let it just, well, just fade into nothing. If you get it right up to the edge of the building with the grey, up to the masking tape, but I'll make that stand out a little bit, you see, so that'd be quite nice. And I say, it's up to the edge. But in the middle, my advice to you is let it just fade look. Let it just be a random area. Now, that went in quick intentionally because I wanted it to be all blended in. But if you've got to the stage that I'm at now, where the water is dry already, it's not a problem, is it? Because you clean your brush, you give it your 2 taps, and you just use a damp brush to blend it. And it will just give a bit of a misty, rainy day kind of feel to that area. In the middle, nothing fancy. I'll leave that on screen for you folks. We'll probably add a bit more detail once the lamps have gone into that area, so please do not worry. Keep it simple. This is a lighter grey at this particular stage. Okay, the lighter grey is bang on. A misty background. Wet the bottom 2 or 3 times and then work above the water, but then come down into it. Let the paint spread into the water. Don't forget, you can pause it, you can skip it back at any time so you can catch up. Beautiful. And if you look back at the whole picture, you can really see how the vignette starts to come together. I just love painting vignettes. Really, really one of my favourite themes of paintings to do. I love how the reflection comes below here, and it just all kind of makes sense, really. Now, my advice to you is once they've gone on and they've had a few moments to sort of dry a little bit, just pick up the same pale grey, especially on the tree, and just pop in some little dots, especially up to that edge. Really get some colour. Let me get close in for you. So I'm really working up to the edge. I'm spotting in some leaf, as it were, some foliage. Can you see I'm just putting little random dots on, especially up to that edge, because that edge, the darker that edge here, the better, to be fair. And I can go all the way to the bottom, can you see? All the way down to the roadway there. And you can just spot in some extra tree, some extra leaf of the tree. Yeah, but where's your light coming from? Just put some little spots in. Little dots, some spottage. Love that. And you can just continue to add as much or as little as you like. It's all up to you, it really is. Nice, isn't it, that? I like to see that. And on the building bit over that side, if you feel that you wanted to put some extra little bits in, then you could always put some little lines on for chimneys and maybe another building in front of it. Look, I don't know if that makes any sense. So that little apex. There's a little apex there. Bring another one starting to come down. But again, try if possible to get right up to the edge of the building there, because it'll make the buildings pop forward, you see. So another little bit of a sort of weird looking sort of apex kind of thing happening there. It's random stuff, folks. There's no order to this. There's no order to it. Pop some little windows, little spots for windows and things. It's just random stuff. If you do have that area painted in, it's got a hard edge like I've got here. Remember what I said. Simply clean your brush. How many taps do you want? 2 taps. And then just blend it away with a little bit of water. But it's got mistiness to it. It's got some character to it. It's got some nice definition to it. I can continue to put as many spots as I like over this tree, especially where it meets the building, because that's what's going to make this whole thing pop forward, just dots and spots. And then I'm at a stage where I can very carefully remove the masking tape. Okay, now take it off as though it's a plaster stuck to somebody's hairs on their arm, someone that you like, or you could use a hairdryer to actually heat the glue. Now, seepage is to be expected. I beg your pardon. Can you see that nice clean edge? Look at that, beautiful, eh? Over here as well, look. So if you've got a hairdryer, use it. If not, just basically be very careful. Slowly, steady. Take it away. And if you look at this, actually, it's really worked nice. But yes, I have got some paint seeping down the tape. It does happen, and it does not matter. You've got to trust me on this one, folks, because I am an artist. But look at what we've achieved so far, folks. You're starting to get to the buildings. Beautiful, beautiful. Love it, love it. Really enjoying this one. Relaxed, hopefully. Workshop. Not too stressful, not too stressful. Not too stressful. I think it had to be a relaxed workshop in the heat today. So it's purely just a made up space in there. There's no detail as such. It's misty. People have often said, how do you paint mist? Well, there you go. Wet to the bottom and then run the paint above in the dry area down to the wet. Let it mist. Let it become part of it. Let it just work itself into the picture. It's a slightly easier way of blending paint away. Yes, reflection of the moon will come right at the end. Someone's just emailed that question. Now, just before we take a break, I want to come back and have quite a strong grey at hand. So I've run out of it. So I want to mix some more grey. Fairly strong again. So back to the dark grey, natural grey you could use. Or in my case, I'm mixing it again. So it's the blue, of course, with the red. Remember, that's the mixture there for the grey on the edge of the screen. Add the red and then add the yellow. Natural grey is that colour ready to go. Straight from the tube, so for those people that have that colour. So a fairly strong grey. There it is. Look, can you see? A little bit stronger than before. If you have a quick look there, not massively, just a little bit stronger. So if you've got some grey left and it's gone dry, just pop a bit of water with it. Add a bit of water. It will work. It will work fine for you. So you can't really go wrong with that. Just more grey. And I just want to do this before lunch. I feel it's a good stage to be at. Let me show you. Let me show you what I want to do. Okay. I want to work on these two small buildings. I want to separate them on screen. Okay. On screen. What I'm going to do is work on one at a time. I want to simply use water to wet nice and tidy up to the edge of the building. So I'm working on each building individually, and I want to wet it, not necessarily all of it, but right up to the bottom pencil line on screen. Watch me first, I'll give you time to do this. Come down, do it 2 or 3 times all the way to the bottom. Wet it 2 or 3 times, it's going to dry quickly. Pick up that new grey you've just mixed and then get a good clean dark line under there, and then a clean line running parallel down that edge. Now if you notice, the water, if it's still wet, it starts to spread. It starts to spread. It's giving me a shadow. And it's nice because all I need to do is simply clean the brush at that point, squeeze it through my fingers, and just encourage it to blend. Blending can be difficult. That's an easier way to do it. Let me show you exactly the same thing again on this building here. So I've got water, nothing but water there, just water. And it's surprising that that water is grey, but it's actually quite clear when you start to use it because it's not concentrated. Now I'm being very careful not to go over the pencil line, the bottom pencil line, and also being very careful not to go over the building next to it. So you can see here I'm being quite faithful with the water. This is my second coat because it's drying quickly, as we know. So a couple of coats is cool. Then literally, boom, straight in, pick up the colour, get right underneath that line, under the bottom line, lovely, and then down that edge. Ideally, it's all nice and wet. Bring that line. I was going to rotate the board a touch here to make it easier to put the paint on. Try and be nice and clean with it, all the way to the base. It's a shadow, basically. And how do you blend that in? You simply clean your brush. You get your fingers on the case and you give it some of this, and you just do that. You soften it in, you give it a good old blend. Magic. Now do stick with me for 30 more seconds because I'm going to shoot up to this building here. There it is. And on this one, all I'm interested in doing here is putting water on that area. So just again up to that second line, up to the second line. And then what we do is we take the colour and we go under that line here, of course, as you can see, as we spoke about. And if yours, like mine, has got some sky overlap in it, come down. I suggest we all do this. We come down that edge of the building with the grey, but we stop. Here's the cool thing: we stop where it meets the roof. Can you see how that makes that edge? See how it? Yeah, again, clean the brush, pinch it through your fingers, and then you can smooth it out and blend it away. If it's a bit dry like it is for me, then you can just, rather than squeeze it through your fingers, just give it a bit of a tap on tissue a couple of times. So you've just got water on your brush, and it's a really nice way of blending, smoothing, softening, and creating a nice edge. Can you see what that's done? Look how we got buildings. And I just want to quickly mention this, then I'll stop. It's rinse and repeat over this side, on screen. But obviously, on this side, the left side, only working as far as where the trees come in. You stop where the trees are, because that's got the darkness of the trees. Yeah? You probably get what I'm saying here, but I want to recap this again. Water goes on to that edge. Now, I don't need to go all the way down. If you want to, please feel free to. I wouldn't worry about that too much, but you can come down, wet it a couple of times, pick up the grey, get right under that roof line, so you get that nice shadow. I'm going to rotate the board for this piece because I'll find it easier, and a clean edge down there, all the way with the grey. Remember, this is a medium strong grey. It's going to come down, but stop where it meets the trees. Can you see? And then water, a couple of taps and so on, and then you could just use water to blend all that away. It doesn't matter if it leaves a few patchy lines or a few marks or a few areas of sort of cauliflowers or whatever you want to call them in your painting world, but it really doesn't matter because it's an old building. But look how If I zoom back on all that area, I'll stop now and let you do that. Come back on that area. Look how the buildings have structure. Boom. Give it a go, folks. What a difference that makes to your picture. All these little bits change. It's all part of the effect. Just enjoy the whole process. Now I want to give you a few minutes to work on that, folks. So what I'm going to do is start painting again. That's the time here in the UK. Now there's anything from a 10-second to a 90-second delay between me and you live. So it's about 12:40 p.m. I'm going to be starting again at 1:15 p.m. Okay, that's 35 minutes. Give you a bit of time to do this and grab a coffee. Now, as always, I'll pop on screen the Lego clock so you can see that we are still moving and broadcasting. So that will be on screen for you. I'll leave that there for you. And again, this is a really good time, if you've not already, to get yourself booked in for next week, of course, which, as we know, is going to be the beautiful ladybird on flowers, ladybug on flowers. We'll be back in about 35 minutes. I'll pop that on screen as well for you. Time for a brew. You've earned it, I'm sure. And then, of course, after lunch, you're going to get a lot of beautiful detail in. But the most important thing, without a question, is not to give up at this stage. We've come so far already. Do keep painting and come back in about 1:15. Of course, that is the UK time. In the meantime, while you're waiting, folks, a good time to book into this workshop is now. As I look at bookings, 85%, clocking on 90 spaces have gone. You stand the chance of winning all this. We've got actual 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 brushes, 6 watercolour paints, 3 DVDs, masking fluid and some paper. That's £150 worth of art materials for the painting workshop next week. Remember, we've already mentioned this actually. We have painted some similar subjects before. You can see the beautiful bee on foxgloves. These are all done at virtual workshops. The gorgeous butterfly. There's another butterfly. Dragonfly there as well. So if you fancy having a go at this. And of course the hummingbird and the blue monarch butterfly. So a similar themed picture to that. You're talking about ladybird or ladybug on colourful flowers in watercolour. It's going to be a lovely relaxed workshop next week, all for a tenner, and of course you can watch it back at any time. Get yourself booked in. And for those people that fancy having a go at the virtual painting retreat, a couple of spaces left. A few people have booked today. Thank you for booking. These little images kind of show the inspirational images, the sunset on day 1, the live stream from Venice on day 2, and the beautiful Mediterranean scene on day 3. 3 days of watercolour painting, a summer painting holiday, all from the comfort of your own home. And I'll see you about 1:15. That is about 35 minutes. Give you a bit of time to put those shadows in, and please come back and carry on painting. See you in a wee while. we are ready to move on, folks. So now we're going to start to build up some of the detail, put the lamps in, and of course put the windows in. We are going to bring a pencil back into play just briefly, because I want to add some more structured shapes for the windows. So we'll do those now. So get yourself a pencil and a ruler, and we'll sketch in some window detail. Let's go for it. So if we start off on the tall building on the left here, I've got my pencil handy, and I just want to sketch in some sort of doors and windows. Very simply, these are going to be L shapes, so keep them simple. Let's get in the top of this thing. So if you're working, I don't know, maybe an inch or so, sketch in a straight line coming down, and then another one a bit lower maybe. So 2 lines vertical. I'll probably squeeze in another one here as well. Now bear in mind that there's a little bit of perspective to think about here. So notice that one's higher than this one, and then the top is going to go in as an L shape, following this angle here, and that one will follow the same angle there. So we've got a couple of L shapes in there. Let me come back and you can see, nice and simple. And then a similar thing over this side. Pop in the L shapes. Do a smaller one there. And then again, you go the opposite way. The L shape. Now I shall put a doorway on here as well, and I want to bring this in by sketching in 2 lines. I want to curve, do it as a curve. So a curved doorway. You can decide on the scale of these things. And then I'll pop in some windows on this building as well. On here. But all the time, continuing the L-shaped theme, pointing towards the center. We should probably put a doorway on maybe this one here as well. So we'll do a door. I like the sort of arch doorways. I think they look good. That's the couple of doorways gone in. And that'll be okay, because we're going to put some lamps and some light coming out of those windows. But I'll leave that on screen for you. I'll leave that there. And I'll let you get that sketched in. I'll darken the screen a little bit so you can see the pencil as before. Now Clive is saying there's no sound. Has anybody else got no sound? Could you let me know if the sound is okay, folks? Clive Dobson saying no sound. We seem to be broadcasting with sound, so all should be good. Let me know in the comments, folks, have we got sound? So, in that case, Clive Dobson needs to refresh or reload the browser. Lynn Fletcher's got sound. Andrew's got sound. Mary Kelly needs to reload. Mary says, "Are we back yet?" We are definitely back. Well said, Pam. At the minute, I'm giving you time. I'm giving you time to sketch in the little bits of window detail before we move on. But we are getting there. We are. We're on a mission. Okay, so I've sketched my little bits and pieces in, my extra little bits of windows. My next stage, really, if I'm honest, is to have a bit of a clean up in here. So I want to use a size 10 brush. Bear with us. Having a few technical problems at the minute. There we are, we're back. What I'm going to do, live streaming is such good fun. What I'm going to do is I'm going to clean up all the colours. It's got a bit messy. I like a cleaner palette, you know, for the second half. So I'm also going to clean up the yellow as well, because that's going to be a little bit dirty around the edges. So I'm wiping away the colour. I will get some fresh water as well. So taking away all of that. I'm also going to turn over and get a clean sheet of paper. So I've got a clean mixing area. I've got another water. I always have a couple of waters on these workshops. I've got another water here, a clear one, as you can see. Not essential, to be honest, but I've got it there. And then the colour I'm going to use more than any is going to be yellow, and it wants to be a relatively clean yellow. So I'm going to pop a fresh spot of the yellow into the palette. And I personally, I've run out of blue, so I want some more blue in there. So that's where I'm at with that at the minute. Because I want to put some, I want some light in the picture, okay? I'm after some brightness. Okay, so I want some street lamps. I want some brightness coming from the picture, so that's where the yellow is going to come in. Also, it's worth getting yourself some clean kitchen paper as well. Got some of that, and I'm destroying the studio at the same time. We've got some clean kitchen paper, and we are going to put some light into these windows. That's the first thing I want to do. So if you want some windows to be on, lit, illuminated, very simple little process. What I suggest you do is get yourself a nice clean yellow, like so. There it is. Not too strong, medium, pale kind of strength. Very simple. Decide if you want any windows on. I don't want all of them, on just a few. Like Blackpool illuminations here. I'm going to put some yellow in. A nice rich bit of yellow. Notice I'm sticking within the L shape. I can do a couple of these. Maybe these two could have the lights on. Maybe a third one. So we do that L shape like so. Come back a little bit here. Beautiful. Clean your brush, clean your brush, clean your brush. Give it those couple of taps and just use water and spread it out, down and out. Down and out. The only down and outs. Any beatniks. Bring it in. Blend the colour away. Smooth it out, smooth it out. Get some light flare. Bit of flare. Get a bit of flare. Do you want the doorways to be open with the light coming through? Well, yes, I do actually. So I'm also going to pop some yellow inside there. And I'm going to pop a cheeky bit of yellow coming out into the ground. Clean the brush, couple of taps. Using some yellow to spread the paint, spread it out. It's also nice to pop some little blobs of this around the base, some little circular blobs around the base of your street lamps. Clean your brush, couple of taps. Blend it, blend it. Blend it like Beckham. There you go. Puts a bit of light shining down. Zoom back to the whole picture. And then of course you can decide if you want any other windows on, lights on, which I imagine you probably do. So I want to do a couple on this building here, maybe those two. Don't need all of them, you know, just a few. Yellow is quite an easy colour to work with. What I mean by that is it's what we call a fugitive colour. So it doesn't really dry permanently. It's quite easy to reactivate is yellow. So I've popped in some yellow on those buildings as well. Let me get close in for you. You can decide which ones you want to do. And then use water to spread into your picture. Might pop a third one on just there actually. Like so. Yeah, I'll do the doorway as well. I think it's quite nice having the light from the door. Don't forget if you do that to bring it into your street as well. Get the sort of street lit effect with some yellow shining through. Beautiful. Makes such a difference that, don't it? Look at that. Isn't that nice? Like it. I love it. I've got goosebumps. It's nice to get some colour into it, you know, different colour. And someone's just asked if I could recap the light in the ground. Yeah, of course, on screen you can see. I'll do a little bit more there for you, just a little bit coming out here. And actually, if you've got some windows, just put some little random bits of yellow around where the cats have been. Put some random bits of yellow around. And a bit of water. And just sort of skim over the top of it, really. Give it a bit of a skim. Beautiful. Smashing great.
it's all about the water, the 2 taps. And then the blending away quite freely. You might possibly, it's up to you on this one, being very cautious to take a bit of the yellow. Notice the little tissue wipe. You might want to add some little bits of yellow into the background, into the misty areas. Also have a little go at popping some yellow in a couple of circular blobs around the lamps. Now that's quite scary, yeah? You're not kidding. Cleaning brush, give it a couple of taps, and then you can use water to skim around quickly. The quicker the better when it comes to something like that. And of course you can always add a bit more yellow in the middle as it starts to dry. But that little bit of a misty sort of glow that you get from the lamps, there you go. You can decide. Hello to Pat. Pat's just joining us. Yeah, it's looking good, Pat. I really am pleased with this, and it's putting the yellow in now that's making such a difference. Let me show you this painting here. Now, this is available on my YouTube channel as a demonstration. There it is. It's one from last year that I did. It's a monochrome. Now, that painting is using natural grey throughout with, you can see, can't you, the yellow. Now, there's something about that picture, the atmosphere, the moonlit night, but look at the yellow in the buildings. Check that out on the YouTube channel, folks. Make sure you hit subscribe to the YouTube channel and give us a thumbs up as well. But yeah, there it is. That's the painting that we did last, I think it was kind of last September time. It was a demo that I did on the YouTube channel. Robin Hood's Bay in beautiful Yorkshire. Can't go wrong, can you? It's going to be great to get some white and some reflection from the moon. That's still to come. But now we're at a stage where it's all about building detail. We've put the yellow on, that works great. It's giving us some interest. We need to put some brickwork on, some detail, and some darkness within the windows, okay? And some shadows and various things. And then, of course, those beautiful street lamps are going to come in as well. When the yellow dries, it kind of bounces off the page. But you need to let it dry first. So, in the palette here, a few colours. First of all, I need some strong grey again. I've cleaned my palette, so I need to mix more. It's good practice to mix. You've got natural grey if you need it. Don't be afraid to use strong colour here. Let's recap the entire grey. There's the blue. Add the red to it. Put the red to it. So you get that purple. Already it's gone darker. Then, of course, you put the yellow in. And it's the yellow what sort of turns the colour into a dark grey, as you can see. There. So a good strong grey. A good strong grey. Once I've mixed a strong grey, once I've got that, I want to lift a blob, pop it to one side, and dilute it 4 or 5 times. 3 or 4 times. So I've got a much lighter version of the same grey. A much lighter version. Test your colours. Scrap piece of paper is always advisable. So basically all of that is the same mixture. That plus that plus the yellow, and it makes the colour grey. And of course those two are the same colour. I want to mix some more sandstone colour. How do you make sandstone? Well, it's yellow first. Even if the yellow's been contaminated by the blue, it's fine. Yellow and red, you'll get this sort of terracotta colour. And then add a touch of blue, just a touch of blue. And that's a very similar colour to what we started off with when we put that colour in the sky. Very transparent. Mix orange, yellow, red, add a touch of blue.
and dilute it down. Can you see that sort of pale sandy colour that I've mixed here? That colour is almost identical to natural yellow, not natural yellow light, just quite simply natural yellow, because in the range of colours there's two yellows. There's yellow light and this one's just called yellow. This one is not really a yellow, it's more of a sandy colour, and that's good for stonework, detail, etc. So in the palette you've got three colours, colour check. You've got a strong heavy grey, you've got a much paler grey. Notice it's separating here as well, that's fine, mix it back up. Here we've got this sandy colour which is mixed from yellow with red and a touch, a teeny speck of blue. That's all, not much blue at all for that one. Pretty colours, pretty colours. And the first thing I want to do is I want to use this sandy colour. Just going to wipe the excess off on the side. Make sure the colour is not too strong at this point. Watch out for that. And basically I want to fill this thing with some stonework. Let me show you where I'm going with this on screen. Think about the direction. Pop some little horizontal, well, sorry, diagonal flicks of stonework here. Not a huge amount. Don't be afraid to get these coming into the windows, coming out from the windows at this point. So this is this sandy colour. You can see my colour is not too thick. Notice the angle what I'm doing the mat. Pop some lintels and sills on as well, look. Notice the angle what I'm doing the mat. So I'm following that roof angle, but then as I get lower down, I will start to go the opposite direction. So it matches the bottom angle, of course. Think a little bit about perspective. You don't need to worry too much about it. Very random, folks. Not well placed bricks at all. What's important here is that the colour you're using is very, very pale. And if you remember what I mentioned earlier as well, wiping that excess on the side. See how the angle changes? In my opinion, this is going to give character to the building. It's going to give stonework. It's going to give some age, some sort of rustic charm to them as well, which is what it's all about. You might want to push the boat out and do some old stones around the archway. Can you see that? It all kind of makes sense, hopefully. But not precise. Try not to be precise with these. Try and be random. I know it's not sometimes easier sort of said than done, but just try your best to be more random with them. Let me show you the whole building. Come back. You can see the angle of the building there, can't you? And of course I shall continue this on the other side. Windowsills, lintels, above and below, Call of Duty, the windows even. And then adding stonework, thinking about the angles all the time. Doesn't need to be precise.
It's a good job, because it won't be.
Just freely painted. Little groups of stones. The colour's pale enough just to get lost in its own area, so it doesn't need a great amount of detail. Spoils it if you do put too much detail on these buildings, I think. It's got a nice charm about it. very transparent. If yours is standing out more than mine, folks, then I suggest you add more water to your colour. Do some on the smaller buildings as well. If you feel more comfortable turning the board around, then please do. As a right-handed person, I often do this, and of course vice versa for left-handed. But you can see how loose these are. They're really not precise, are they? They don't need to be. They don't need to be. I also suggest that you just pop a few cobbles and stones in the foreground as well. These are just horizontal. This helps to give more of an impression of the street scene and less of a water style reflection, because it's easy to get them mixed up between water and so far I've just used the one colour. If you're really feeling confident, why not do some splattering around there? Probably protect your sky if you splatter. Notice the tap on the finger. Notice I've brought it into the building as well. So if you protect your sky with a piece of kitchen paper before you do this, it's quite nice to do some splattering in your buildings. It gives character. This is the sandy colour around the roadway. Doesn't matter that it goes outside. It's all, like I say, it's a light enough colour to get lost. Try and avoid getting too many on your sky, so a bit of kitchen paper would nicely protect that area. But certainly a little bit of a change from little horizontal spots in your road, like so, to some splatters. It adds character, it adds age, it adds character. Beautiful, folks, beautiful. Well done. Keep going. Well done if you're still with us. Quite a few people have drifted off after lunch, which is pretty normal. Things happen, things get in the way. But hopefully when you come back, please do finish off your painting. Very, very important. I'm just giving a second coat of the same colour over the lintels and sills. I'm just doing exactly the same. Giving it a second coat, excuse me for the busty voice. Hay fever is really bad here at the minute. It's getting towards harvest time, I believe, as well. So, but you can see I'm just giving it a second coat of colour over the stones. And I just keep sort of, you know, walking back on the picture and thinking, so I'm just going to put a few more little bits and bobs around here, and looking back and seeing, is there any obvious blank patches around the picture where I can add a bit more stonework, and it really does make quite a difference. Okay, that's just using the sandy colour at the minute. You're on the home straight here, folks. Do stick with us. I promise this won't be a long picture because it's just too hot, if I'm being completely honest, to be in the studio for a long time. So it really is baking. It really is. But I'm looking forward to the shadows and the darkness that are coming through. Well done for still being here, folks. Really pleased for you. Look how the stonework in the foreground creeps out into the white area. So I think it was Jim said he's got a lot of space at the bottom. This is where you can expand. Vignettes do really look nice with expansion, growing out if you like. Just briefly before I stop and give you a chance to fiddle with that, folks, in the palette, you remember we created a very pale grey. Just notice how it's gone red. Mix it back together again, it'll go grey. Very pale grey. Wipe off that excess. It's worth adding some grey stones as well. So less is more for these, but even on the building as well, it's worth adding some grey stonework. And again, if you want to make the lintels and sills a bit more definite, then certainly it's not a bad idea to go in and add some extra darker colours. And I'm just painting over each windowsill here and each lintel, above and below the windows, of course, as we mentioned, and a few extra bits of stonework, because it really does all help to give the character of the thing, you know. You can sort of alternate between the colours, between the yellowy colour and of course now the pale grey. Make sure the grey is pale, by the way. There you go. Every little helps. Magic. Okay, so really it's, you know, like I said, persevering, keep going. A useful trick that may work for you, I'll just mention this, especially where you've got these two buildings that kind of sit next to one another. My advice to you is to take a piece of paper again, pop it on the edge where one building meets another. Like we did previously, take the pale grey and then just paint in a few extra stones in grey. It kind of kills two birds with one stone, which is an expression what I don't like saying, but you know what I mean. And what it does is it puts a bit of darkness down the edge and also creates a bit of separation of building. So that's quite a nice little thing to give some extra oomph and shadow and various things. So a bit of extra darkness here and there, not a bad idea. Okay. And on these taller windows, if you pop the paper on the lighter side, so on this side it's on the left, and pop in a few stones coming out from those, doesn't matter what colour. Make sure this is the pale grey, by the way. It just helps to give the shape of the windows. Think about, don't want a huge amount. Think about the varied angles of them. Sort of gives an edge. Even on the ones where there's no yellow as well, you would do a similar thing there. Pop some, just a few, even if it's just a handful at the top. It just all helps to give extra detail, as you can see there. And of course on this side you would flip sides, you would go on the opposite side. Like that, and then down here as well. It's not going to be a lot, just a bit. A little bit goes a long way. It helps to give a bit of extra shadow, a bit of detail, ready for some dark stuff, which we're going to get to. It's getting very, very hot now here. About 32 at the minute. So Andrew Burr says his building is too tall on the left. So yes, Andrew, just take your doorway all the way to the bottom. That's what's looking odd. Extend the doorway. Apart from that, it's fine. Peter, it looks as though you sent a photograph of your computer screen. Actually, let me see if I can access the image. It says he's got perspective. Oh, there we go. We found it. Perspective's fine, Peter. Nothing wrong with that. If you got your perspective wrong, it stands out like a sore thumb to me, so it's fine. But that is how the painting is looking. It's ready for darkness, which makes such a difference, and then detail. So I've got this very strong grey. It's probably gone a bit dry, so just introduce a little bit of water to it. Now, a good tip, because we're starting to get a little bit in the detail mode here. So rotate your brush over the edge of your palette through your fingers like this. So you get that nice pointy brush, okay? Hold it like a pen as well. If you want to just rotate it over some tissue as well, that does help, just to take away that little bit extra from the brush. But a nice detail brush, because we need to be seeing inside these doorways and windows. Let's do the door first, okay? So if the building is on the left, you want to go darker in the left. Well, this might seem a bit strong here, but bear with me. We're going to come straight down all the way to the ground. Let me get closer in. It's the same for both doors, the one on the opposite side, all the way around the arch. But where it starts to come onto the straight on that side, stop, and then connect together. Can you see how I've curved that shadow in? A cast shadow. What you do then, you clean your brush really well, and you give it the 2, maybe 3 taps this time. Because it's a strong colour, it's quite easy to put your brush inside the grey look and move it away. And the secret is to keep going, dragging that colour from above into the open doorway, because I always think it looks inviting if the doorway's open. It's up to you, you know. But I like to see that little bit of an open doorway. I think it really suits it. And look how nice that is. And here's the cool thing as well. Where it comes down into the ground, paint a very strong grey. Let me see if I can show you that. A very strong grey line where the building meets the ground. See how slightly curved up like an L shape? If you look close at that area. Clean brush, wipe it on there 4 or 5 times. And just ever so simply, just make sure it's all nice and dark. This is it now, folks. We're getting into detail. Merge it up into the doorway. The nice open door. So you can see in there. We'll put a lintel on that later. But let me show you that it's exactly the same over this side as well on screen. But here, we just simply change sides. We do a U-turn. That's what we do. A political U-turn. Bring it round. Down here, straight down, and then again you fill in on that curved cast shadow effect. And don't forget as well to go all the way underneath. In fact, you can go all the way along from that corner, because that's going to give it a nice base, you see, a beautiful base of grey. Clean your brush, wipe it 4 or 5 times, get the water, and just basically smooth it in as smooth as ketchup from a bottle. And you can see I've gone underneath the edge, so you can always feather that line away. But that is basically how you make a doorway look as though it's open. And it's up to you if you want to do the doorway open, but personally, look at that. What a difference that makes. It brings this darkness into play, and that is going to be the theme of the next sort of 20 or 30 minutes. Do stick with us, folks, because this is what it's all about. We've lost about 20 people since lunch. People are doing various things. But honestly, this is it right now. You can't go wrong. It's all about the shadows. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The darker the better, because the more you go in. A good example of why we use natural grey, why we mix a grey, rather than using the likes of Payne's grey. Payne's grey is black. Obviously black's too dark for a picture. Black doesn't recede. Black will stand forward. You've made it. If you're still here, you're still watching, you're still painting, you've made it to the magic moments. You really have. Wonderful. Now, hopefully that's made sense. I just want to pop in a little bit of the lintel. Let me show you what I mean by that, folks, on the screen. Now, using exactly the same colour, I want to turn this on the side, actually. Now, it's up to you. It's kind of optional, this stage. All right, let me show you. What you do is you leave a gap. You leave a gap. And you come up from the base, probably about halfway, with a line of grey. Can you see that line of grey? About halfway-ish. You clean your brush. You clean your brush. You wipe your brush pretty much dry, so that's 3 or 4 times on tissue. And then what you do is you extend that up. Can you see I'm fading it away? I'm fading it off to the side as well, like so. But what's important is that fade up. Now that will give the impression as though you've got that sort of width. The recess is what I'm trying to say there. And that would also apply to this one as well. So here with the grey, this one's obviously a little bit finer, but it's the same basic idea. So you bring the line down, you clean brush, you wipe it 5 or 6 times on tissue, and then you just use water to fade it off, and it leaves that little bit of an edge on both doorways, which is actually really nice. There it is. Gives a difference, don't it? The windows all go in the same way to start with. What we do is take the grey. I'll do a couple of them to show you. So you paint over the yellow, but it's more of a L shape, of course. You fill it in a little bit in the top corner. Now, because the grey is quite strong, it's quite easy to do a few of them and not worry too much about the paint drying on you. So for example, if I show you this, if I do all 4 on this tall building, even the ones that are not got the yellow light in, so all the way to the bottom, along the top there, so you can see I've done all 4 of the shadow. Make sure the colour is quite strong. Clean your brush, 3 or 4 wipes, and then just attack each one, just like I did with the doorway. As long as you feather it away and you don't go outside of the window, then it's going to work. There you go. See that nice little shadow? You can really see inside. It's amazing. Clean your brush, 3 or 4 wipes on tissue. Put your brush right into that grey. Let's get close in for this one. Get right into that grey. And just feather it out towards the right side. But then obviously you change sides on the opposite buildings. Because you're looking down the edge of them, aren't you? So you don't need to be too... Look how nice they are. And if you're a fan of detail, try this. Bit of grey on your brush. Why don't you just pop in a little bit of a line, like an L shape, on the edge of the lintels and the sill. And I always like to paint a nice dark line, which, as daft as it seems, does sort of represent guttering, but it seems to add something to it. Put some little bits of detail on. Yeah? You know, across the top of the roof line. It's there. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's there, and it does make the thing pop forward. Give it a go, folks. I'm going to repeat that on the opposite side while you do that. It's exactly the same on both sides. Just make sure the grey, of course, is nice and strong. The details are what makes the picture work. I'm just mixing more with the same colour to run out of it. It's got to be strong, the grey, so It's the blue, red, and yellow mix, or natural grey. Straight from the tube for those people that have that. Of course, there it is. Beautiful. Again, remember what I said, rotate it over the tissue. It'll give you a greater point. I'll just crack on. I'll crack on. More of the same, so you can continue to watch or fiddle along or paint along or put the kettle on or whatever you want to do. Let's get your smart speaker playing some chill out music while we're doing this. Alexa, play relaxing classical music. Let's see what interesting tunes you get at your... I can't play them here because copyright, but you can. I'm not even being too precise about painting these on, because end of the day I'm trying to get a bit of like an old English village kind of feel, I suppose, to this. And if I look at that now, if you look at that now, you can see how I've put all the shadows in all the windows ready for me to go in and basically blend. Stronger the better with the colour. We mentioned that. Clean brush, a few wipes on tissue, and then drop them in. I think that people that do these workshops on a weekly basis all know that it's the last half an hour where the picture really makes sense. I mean, look how you can drop inside those windows just by adding shadows to them. It's a lovely way of working. It's worth just taking a little bit of notice of how I'm holding the brush right at the tip. Rest on your paper. Always a good bit of advice. Beautiful. And of course, you remember me saying use that same strong colour to paint in some guttering. Weirdly, it does make a difference. Little bit of building detail. Satellite dish and all that stuff. So that's kind of where it's at the minute. I'll leave that on screen for you folks, and then we'll come back and just do more detail, because it's that makes the painting pop. So do stick with us. Looking forward to those street lamps as well. Yeah, so I've just got an email come through saying can I show close up of the windows? Absolutely. So if I zoom into these ones here, you can see the sort of blending process. If you feel that you've not blended too well, again, it's just a case of getting the brush and just sort of feathering them. So your brush is almost dry at this point. It's just ever so slightly damp, and it's quite easy to soften it in. You might recall I did painting some little lines underneath those windowsills, like an L shape. I always say that one's optional, but it's just one of the little techniques that you might decide to do. Right, there you go. It's nice because you're looking down the edge of the building, so you just get that little glimpse of the windows, you know, that little sort of almost like a foreshortened feeling to them, and I like to see that on a painting. Here's a couple of little tips and tricks you might want to introduce where these three buildings all meet one another. My advice to you is about an inch up the wall of the one that meets, so that'd be there and there, pop in some of that same strong grey, really dark grey, like that. Clean the brush, wipe it on the tissue, and then just use a bit of water to feather it into the wall. It's gonna help them meet one another better. It's gonna give a greater separation, almost like a bit of a, you know, like an alleyway or something, and it's just going to give a little bit extra. These little bits are the things that every single time make the biggest difference. And a similar one would be at the top as well. This edge for me is not dark enough, so I'm going to take that exact same grey, come down from the edge of the roof there, down there, and then clean the brush on the tissue 3 or 4, and then use water to blend it over. Remember the 3 or 4 taps on the tissue, and that'll just make that stand out that little bit more against the, there you go. Amazing what a difference those little tweaks can make. It just sort of gives everything more of a base, more of a purpose. And of course I would repeat that exact same thing on the top edge of this building down here as well. Even if it's just the first couple of inch on this corner here, look, 3 or 4 wipes. It doesn't matter if it strips a bit of background colour off, you know, it's all part of the texture of the scene, in my opinion. Oh, nice. So Rosemary Edkins has sent a photograph of her painting so far. Looking good, Rosemary. Stick with it. Stick with it. Ready for the lamps. in those all-important final bits of detail. Just take a moment just to make sure that all your shadows blend into your painting, which they are looking like they are. All the lintels and sills have got a shadow underneath them. Helps them stand out a little bit. And then you remember using that grey dry and spiky. You remember that one? We used it quite a bit. I'm going to use this again. Let's have a look at the brush as we do this. There it is. I'm going to use this to add a bit of extra detail and texture to the buildings. And I'm always a fan of dropping in some downward lines. Practice these lines before you jump in. So underneath the windowsills, get some downward drop, some texture. Practice, don't just jump in. You can be clever when you put these in. And what I mean by that is you could add a bit more down the edge where the buildings meet one another. Even make sure you've got that nice darkness in the roof as well. So like a vertical line. It does make a surprising difference when you put this in, and over here as well. Spike the brush, come down. On the underneath of the windowsills. Every little helps, as we keep saying. Texture, textured lines. If you want to go the opposite direction, like here, I mean, there's no reason why you can't add some coming this way. To give that impression of shadow. And even on the inside of the doorway. You can always play it clever and add a bit of almost curve it. Can you see I've almost on this large one here, I've almost curved the line over. Just a slither. A few little bits of texture coming out. Basically, any blank area, add a bit of texture to it. It all helps. Yellow for the windows is natural yellow light. This is a question that's come in. Or aureolin. Or cadmium yellow. Cadmium yellow. Now, being a bit picky and being a bit few and far between when you do these, pick up some of that grey on the tissue there, and just have a go at popping in some individual panes of glass. Now, I don't want too many of these. See those downward lines? Let me show you them down here again. So on the right side of these windows, so I've just sort of picked a couple out. It's enough to give that impression. Over here would be the same as well. So have a quick glance at the screen if you're not sure what I'm doing here. So if you pick the paint up, give it a bit of a tap on tissue. And very simply, you're just painting in some of the... It's a lot easier with less paint on your brush. So it's on the lighter side. And it doesn't have to be every one. Just a suggestion of. And these are just simply little vertical brush strokes. Again, tapping off that excess on the kitchen paper really will give you detail. And more control. But I think them little vertical lines like this surprisingly give that impression of panes of glass. Notice they're quite close together, and it's enough just to say, yeah, I'm looking down the edge, I can see it, I can see them little bits of windows. And another piece of advice I want to give you as well, then I'll stop, is just make sure that the top of the roof has got some grey on it as well. And of course that would repeat over this side as well. Make sure you've got a nice bit of dark. It'll bring it into play. Just sort of down the edge really. Just down the edge. And I'll pop that on view for you. What a difference that makes putting those panes of glass in there. Lovely, love that. We really are getting there, folks. Almost ready for street lamps and a few other bits and bobs. Stick with us. It's hot, hot, hot. People are drifting off. Not physically, hopefully. But yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. It's a little bit too hot for painting today, I think. because we've added quite a few dark areas in the building, I just feel there's a few extra areas where we could add some darkness. That same dark grey again, just a bit dry and a bit flat with your brush again. I just want to pop in a few little bits of darkness around this foreground here, just to give an impression of a bit of dark in between some of the cobblestones. Let me get close into that for you. Nice and relaxed stuff, folks. It's worth putting that little bit extra. I reckon probably about 20 minutes, 30 minutes on this. We should be complete. I'm looking forward to getting some light in, and of course the lamps as well. So just add in some little darker areas of stone. Almost like a little horizontal flick, I suppose, is probably the easiest way to sort of describe it. And as we've learned throughout this watercolour today, one of the big techniques for buildings is this dry brush, and that is so useful in any watercolour painting. That texture, we can really utilize that to enhance the contrast. Another good place that you'd want to enhance the contrast is in these background areas where the misty trees and buildings meet the building next to it. How would you do this? Well, my advice to you there would be to grab, again, a piece of paper, pop it right on the edge, and then just do some little dry brush, you know, where you make your brush go spiky, because if it's darker there, it's going to make everything stand out, and that would also go into the road as well. So basically I'm using sort of the side of the brush, I'm scribbling like so. Can you see how you can really just add a bit of extra darkness, and it just makes the building here stand forward, and that would be the same over this side as well. So it's, if you're new to painting, personally I'd say practice the dry brush. So you can see here that I'm working in this little shape here, and it's all to do with having less paint on your brush, and you can almost scuff the surface of the paper. Now if, like me, I've got a little bit of a building there, so I could pop a little line there. I'm not saying you've got that on yours, but if you have, I've popped in a little roof of a little distant cottage or something. Can you see? Well, that darkness down there, it makes the building next to it just have that little bit of extra contrast and that bit of extra shadow. Making sure I've got a nice clean edge. It's time to tidy up a little bit. That sounds like a song we sing to my little boy Jacob. I want him to tidy his toys up. It's time to tidy up to top. No, we'll not go there because I can't sing. Sorry. Time to tidy up to tidy up. And I'm literally got grey on the brush, and I'm going in and I'm tidying up. I'm making sure that doorways are dark and the edges are dark and all this stuff. It really does just bring the picture into play. It does. And of course, that dry brush that you're seeing there and that texture that you're seeing, that's the reason why watercolour paper has texture, mainly to create that effect. of course, you can say also put it in the foreground as well. In some of the boulders sort of went round, almost little smiley faces, to make them stand up a little bit in the painting there. So how many people in the chat have booked on for next week then? Next week's workshop, of course, the butterfly, not a butterfly, ladybug on flowers. You can see that beautiful daisy on the right hand side. That's the inspiration. A ladybird on daisy. It's going to be a stunner, folks. Can't wait to do that one with you next week. Don't forget, we've got some winners to pick as well. Now, if anybody wants to pay in bulk for workshops, quite a lot of people do. And what you can do is you can add more than one of the workshop to your basket. So, for example, if you're booking for next week, you can add, say, 5 or 10 or whatever. And that will automatically enter you into each workshop. So you don't have to think about booking. If you do that, just pop a little note in the special requests, and you'll know that it's like a block booking. It's like a block booking of workshops. Looking nice, these folks. I am ready to put the lamps in and some light paint very, very shortly, and then we can finish. I've got some winners to pick as well at the end. I'm giving away 3 paintings, as well as £50 worth of art materials will be given away. In fact, it's probably more like £60 worth of art materials, actually. So, street lamps, we're going to paint them in. Now, if you've got floating around anywhere one of these, a plastic card, this one's from a famous theme park. If you've got a plastic card of some kind, that can make painting the lamps nice and easy. So have a rummage around. Grab yourself one of those. Grab yourself a plastic card. Also, have you got floating around your studio or your office or wherever you're working, have you got a craft knife, a nice sharp knife? Whether it be a palette knife or something similar. I've got a knife here. I'm going to use the craft knife to put some horizontal scrapes in the ground. Have a look close at this. This is great for getting the moon reflection. So horizontal lines, which really help to give that sense of light. And if you get extremely close into that, as I scrape off, you can see I am actually using the point of the knife. And it's a really nice way of adding sparkle. Of course, for those people that use aquashine, that's an option as well. But if you wanted to do some moon reflection, you would obviously need to bear in mind where your moon is. Come straight down from it. And you could do a little bit more with a scrape. And please do not be afraid to scrape off your paper, because it really works nice. Can you see if I get really close in? Look at that, beautiful. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love that. Horizontal is your secret, and it makes it look like an old rainy street. You can see the light catching the street there. What a big difference over here as well, look. Horizontal. Now, if you've not got a knife, folks, I mean, I'm sure you can grab one from the kitchen. Obviously being very, very, very careful. But you can spend extra time. Pick the little bit off. The sharper the better here as well, by the way. To really scrape off. It does not go through to the other side. It does not go through. Pat Adams, yes, you're booked in for the next few. Lots of you are, folks. If you do want to book in for more than one workshop, then a great time, of course, to do that is that when you purchase, if you purchase 5 of the same workshop and put a little note on the shopping basket, you can pop in saying for the next 5 and it automatically enters you in. So lots of you do that. There you go. You see that nice? What a difference that makes. Let's have a little look at that. You can really see, can't you? Horizontal scraping of your moon. Don't that work nice, that? Doesn't it? You can also use it in your windows as well. You can do some diagonal scrapes. And it's weird, but it's somehow adding some diagonal scratches over the top of the window, like this, really does tell your brain it's reflecting some moonlight. It puts like a glass surface on it. Beautiful. Yes, Ray Russo, you also booked both as well, which is great. So thank you for that. It gives me more sleep at night, because I do have that fear that people are going to stop booking workshops because the world is getting back to normal. But lots of you are sticking with me, and I plan to keep doing these on a weekly basis. So where possible, weekly. It might be odd one that we miss a week. And of course, as of Monday, as we are stood here live on the 18th of right place. There we go. That's better. As we are stood here live on the 18th of July 2021, tomorrow here in England, everything apparently goes back to normal, as in just crack on with it kind of thing. And I know it's different for different parts of the world, but these workshops will continue, and I want you to keep booking them. It does. I do stress about it, of course I do, but so far people keep sticking with me, so thank you. It does mean a lot. Stay with us, guys. Stay with us. Keep booking. I love that light reflection. It makes such a difference, you know. And of course, even on the smaller windows over here as well, yes, you can do the same, but you do need a sharp knife for this. You need a sharp knife. So see if you can get one from somewhere, a craft knife. I mean, you can literally get them from places like Amazon. We can't sell them on Watercolour TV because of the health and safety. You have to have a license, I believe, to sell them, so we don't sell them. But pound shops and dollar stores, you know, just a Stanley knife, a craft knife, and it does make a difference even down the edge. Look at this, beautiful. If you've got any seepage down there, you can scrape the edge of these buildings to make them look crisper. You can scratch away the colour, you can sharpen up edges. It's a great way of adding a bit of light to a painting. It's amazing what a difference it makes, that little bit of scraping. For example, I could scrape down here, look. As you can, I'm sure you can see. So all in all, a rather effective technique, I think, there, especially on the road for giving the moonlight shadow. That's Mike Oldfield song. You can really get down to the paper there if you want to. So we are almost ready for street lamps then, a couple of minutes. And again, if you've got a plastic card of some kind, that's going to work really well. We can use the edges of the card to get some nice straight lines. You don't have to do this, but if you've got one, why not have practice and try it first? A nice technique that takes some of the stress away from painting in. Straight lines. So trying to go for a wet look street, like it's a bit rainy. See a few reflections creeping in here from the lamps, which we've not painted yet. Now, when it comes to painting in the street lamps, I say a plastic card is a good thing to have, but also if hanging around you've got a rigger brush of some kind of detail brush, you may possibly decide to use a rigger brush as well. But if your number 6 brush is quite pointy, then it's going to work. It's important that we use the number 6 brush to mix a strong grey here, a definite grey. We've got the blue, and of course the red and the yellow. So a good strong colour. Is what I'm interested in. Don't be afraid of the dark. And let me show you how to do this, then you can have a practice. Basically down the long edge of a card, painting some thick grey paint. I would say practice it first on a scrap. Now, this will not paint a perfect line. What it will do is give us a good line to work on. A good base, okay? So let me show you what I want to do here. I want to, nice and carefully, slowly and carefully, Thomas, press it firmly. Can you see it gives me the clean edge? Okay, now it's really cool because it kind of hits and misses. All right, now there's a shorter piece at the top, so I'll just put a little piece at the top so there's enough for that piece there, because it's longer than the actual picture. The card will go. There you go. Look how nice that is. I can make it thicker and add some detail to it later, so please bear with me. And then I'll do, for the shorter lamp, practice it please though. First, for the shorter one, I'm going to paint it down the short edge of the card. Make sure the paint is thick and make sure you've had a quick go on a scrap paper before you jump in. If you don't want to do this, you can just simply paint it in with a brush, a detail brush. There you go. Look how nice it is. It gives it instant straight line. And if you line it up with the reflections that we added earlier, it all kind of fits in. But that's a good starting point. I like that. That works. I'll let you do that first, then we'll come back and we'll add some detail and some character to the lamp. But like I say, a good top tip here, folks, is to practice. So once you've actually painted those in, what I'm going to do is rotate the board on the side, mainly because I want to put the finishing detail in to them, to the lamps, and I think you'll see better, plus it's easier. Brush wise, have you got a rigger brush? Have you got something pointy like this? If you have, use it. If not, if the best you've got is a number 6 brush, my advice to you is to rotate it over some tissue, 3 fingers, so you can mould a point out of it right on the tip. Look. Now to start off by adding a bit of shape to the bottom. You always get that nice bit of detail on lamps, don't you? Like so. Can you see that nice kind of increase the width if you need to as well? Like so. So if you want to make them a bit wider, then feel free to do that. I'm always a big fan of street lamps that have these nice like a little sort of bar that you used to rest the ladders on, I believe, yeah? A lamp lighter. Again, ideally what you'd be doing here is you'd be using a fine brush. Now at the top, painting a thin line, almost like a little T shape at the top. And then what you do is you go up 1, 2, 3. Same here, look. This is, you can see why we're saying use a finer brush, aren't you? 1, 2, 3. So imagine that's the iron structure, and then what you do is you're painting a double line across the top. put the hat on, which I've found that's what it's called. I've done my research, it's called the hat. What you do is you just do it on one side, the hat, weirdly. Let me show you. Because using water on your brush over the tissue allows you to blend it over to almost get that impression as though it's catching some moonlight. Beautiful. And of course, feel free to add as much detail as you like. I think most people, if I'm being honest, would want to be using a finer brush, but it's up to you. And last thing to say, and I'll stop, just make sure where it meets the ground you've got a very definite downward reflection, which is that dry brush again, remember? Always important to do that, in my opinion. And of course I could emphasize any downward lines. So for example, in these buildings here, if you want to intensify the reflective effect, including where the reflection of the doorway would be, you can actually darken, like there for example. I could darken down there with the grey with that same dry brush, and weirdly it really gives an extra sense of reflection. Just little downward lines, random downward lines, anywhere that you feel, across the background. Even here, look. If I turn that the right way, I'll recap the lamp for you on a scrap piece of paper as well. I'm sure that some of you would appreciate that. But look how that's really given a sense of reflection. Those downward flicks. Those lamps just change it, don't they? They're stunning. Quick recap, folks, on your lamps. I know that it's getting a bit warm now and lots of people are drifting off and everything, but let me just quickly recap how the lamps went in. I'll do it very quickly. First of all, paint on the edge of plastic card. Always practice that one. And then you go in. There you go. Now obviously it's a bit patchy, so you can fill it in a bit. You can make the bottom have a little bit of a wine bottle kind of structure, but the top you do a little T shape, okay, and then you put 1, 2, 3 lines, and you put another line, a double line across the top. Then what you do is you paint half the hat, which is just there like a triangle. You clean your brush, you wipe it on tissue, and you do the other half, and it kind of gives that character. Yes, you can add little bits of detail. You could put like a T-bar across, put a little bit of a metal bit of framework. It all adds to it, but that's basically that old style lamp. You can see it on the picture here, but it does make a difference. I will leave that on screen for you because that shows you the lamps and the downward reflections. We're almost there, folks. Just want to show you some little finishing touches that will just intensify. Please do stick with us. to the end, almost there. It's been quite a it's been a nice relaxed workshop today, but it's getting to the point where it's really, really hot, and I think uncomfortable is what I would say. I'm sure it's not hot in every part of the world, but certainly here it's very uncomfortable. Nice. I love those drop reflections. Best wishes to Brian Green. So these nice downward lines here really just give a reflective effect. Just any way you want to, really. It's basically that. It's that, look. That. Just that. A little bit of downward. Great. It just intensifies reflections. What a difference them lamps have made, eh? What a difference. Of course, there's no reason why you couldn't use the craft knife if you've still got it handy, just to scrape off a bit of light down the side of the lamppost. Just a little, you can see that, but I've scraped it off on the actual on the side that the moon would catch, and on the glass, a little bit on the glass. I'm just going to use a bit of grey on a brush. If you've got the pointy brush or any brush, you might want to use a rigger brush for this. I'm painting some like an old rustic fence or something down here. Give scale. A railing into the park. It's up to you. And then what I'll do here is I'll paint in a one of Mr. Palmer's classic little fences. It's up to you. And you can put little flicks underneath some of them to represent reflection as well. Optional, that. Imagine it's like looking into a park or something like that, that kind of effect. But that's quite a nice way to add a bit of scale to the painting. It's up to you. And I know there's a few people that would probably be thinking that they wasn't too happy with the moon. Now, I'll just quickly mention this. If you do want to make your moon pop a little bit more, there's nothing finer than a little bit of white paint. Just to wrap things up, basically. I'll show you, then you can take your time, okay? White paint is optional. But if you want your moon to stand out a bit more, then this is what you would simply do. I tend to use natural white, opaque white, or white gouache, or white acrylic. I've popped a little squirt on a scrap piece of paper. And just using a damp number 6 brush, just a little tiny bit of water. I'm going to pop some white, fresh white from the tube. And yeah, I think it would be quite nice actually to have a bit of white in the moon. What you would do is you just sort of go around one side of it. So say like half or something. See, I've just done kind of half of it. You'd simply clean your brush. You'd give it a bit of extra wipe on tissue, and then you just use a bit of water to spread it over to the side. White paint, if you use too thin, will just disappear. But that, yeah, what a difference. It really pops, don't it? It really does. And of course, if you was to use white paint in your moon, the argument, of course, is, and of course being very careful if you do this, but the argument, of course, is that you might decide to add some light reflections in the land. Make sure you line your moon up, of course, about here. Pop some little horizontal lines of white. Doesn't want much. And of course, you're contending with the craft knife, which is rough the paper surface up. So there's no reason why you can't add a little bit of white to say it's reflecting. So there's no reason why you can't just add a little bit of extra white here and there. It just makes it look more like a reflection, basically. Same on the lamps as well. I'd say it's tempting, if you've got white in hand, to pop some little diagonal white lines, and maybe even over the windows as well. A couple of little flicks of white. It just gives that sort of moonlit effect. It's up to you though, guys. I mean, it really is. It's in your hands. Adds a bit of sharpness, don't it, to it, you know, here and there. as daft as it seems, I've even put a very thin line of white paint down the edge of these two buildings here. Although the moon's catching it or something. But it really is up to you. But all in all, just to show you the white, you can see I've put some horizontal lines in the ground. In the windows, in the street lamp, and of course in the moon as well. Looks really effective in the moon, don't it? I'd say that just putting that white on the edge of the moon actually transforms the scene. Now I've got some winners to pick in a second, folks, but what I want to do here, just leave that on screen for a little bit. I want to pop a mount on this picture and sign it because I think it really shows off the vignette style. I love that. Isn't that nice? Nice little pleasing village in watercolours. It's been a slog because of the heat, but a pleasure to paint, I would say. And I feel a nice signature down here would really suit it. Let's get the picture nice and level. There we go. Now that's been quite a this afternoon, because of the 32-degree temperature that it now is in the studio. It's been very challenging, but I've enjoyed it. Every brushstroke, folks, so thank you for sticking around. I've got some winners. The first prize I want to give away is this one here, which is a bundle. It's about £50 worth of watercolours. There's some fan brushes, a couple of DVDs, 3 colours, and a brush. This one goes to Pam McConnell. Well done to you, Pam McConnell. This is yours. All prizes will get sent out fairly soon. Well done to Pam. We've got another 3 prizes. I've been very generous this time. I've got a original painting here. This kind of, I can probably see it better on here actually. So I'm giving away this painting here, which is a bit of a Lake District style scene. This one is going to go to Gordon Curry. Well done to Gordon. That's yours. That'll get sent to you. The foxgloves that I painted a couple of days ago on the watercolour show. This is going to go to Mary Kelly. Well done to you, Mary Kelly. That one's yours. This one here, this sunset, the summer solstice sunset. This one's going to go to Clive Dobson. Well done to you guys. Now, if you'd like to take part in the next workshop, you stand the chance, of course, of winning £150 to £200 worth of materials. There's a lot here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 watercolours, 3 DVDs, paper, and the biggest brush bundle you've ever seen. That's about 60 quid's worth of brushes. So that's probably about £160 worth of art materials right there. You've just got to be booked into the workshop next week, which of course you can see at the bottom of the screen is the 25th of July. I think what is required is a cold, refreshing beer at this point. But thank you for taking part today. Let's take another look at the watercolour, folks. Please do finish it off if you've not. It's got a bit hard to work, I'll be honest with you. The sun is belting down in the studio here at the minute. I've got fans blazing out, but it's still very sticky and hot. But that's the picture. Well done to everyone that's won a prize. And well done to everybody for taking part. Please do pop your paintings on Facebook, of course. Let's get close into the background here. And simple thing, the fence post, the gate, the street lamps, the white paint, all add that lovely finishing touch to a moonlit street in watercolours. It's been one of my favourite scenes of the year to do, because I just love nighttime scenes. I mean, you've only got to look around the back of me to see lots of them. I really do. And of course, if you want to do any of the previous work, just make sure you check them out. You can get them all on this website here, Watercolour TV. Again, big thank you. Hope you're keeping well, keeping safe. I look forward to seeing you next week for the virtual painting retreat starting Tuesday, where we're going to be transported and paint a beautiful sunset. And then, of course, we're going to do Venice, and we're going to also paint a beautiful Mediterranean seascape. I'll see you very soon, folks, for more watercolour workshops. Keep the paint flowing, whatever you do. That's the most important thing.